I hear you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, we want to remind everybody that this hearing is being recorded. Your participation in the hearing indicates your consent to be recorded. Just want to read a few little housekeeping preliminary matters. Panelist Dietrich Isaac is unable to attend today's hearing due to a family emergency. Panelist Isaac will watch the video recording of today's hearing and will review the transcript after the hearing prior to our deliberations. Counsel for all parties are reminded that I will maintain control of the hearing. Counsel will not govern the format or the direction of the hearing. If an objection is raised, counsel will briefly state the basis of the objection. Then counsel will wait for me to decide whether I require a response to the objection from the opposing counsel. If I require such a response, I will ask opposing counsel to provide a brief response to the objection. I will then decide whether I require any sort of response or counsel who raised the objection. If not, I will then rule on the objection. Counsel is reminded that objections, their basis and argument in support they're within or in opposition thereto are to be directed to myself and not to opposing counsel. Counsel for all parties are expected to respect the decorum of this hearing and will refrain from making any comments directed to the opposing counsel. Okay. Can we begin?
Maybe proceed now. Thank you. I'm going to recall Mr. George Wallace or Marvin Wallace to testify. Good morning, Mr. Wallace.
Good morning.
We're back to some direct examination. I wanted to direct your attention, sir, to what are known as the Moss and Distant Playground contracts. I've given to you and I've given to opposing counsel and the panel documents that we've marked Distant Empire 00024-47, which is the distant contract, and Empire 00057-82, which is the Moss contract. Do you have those documents in front of you, Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
Can you review those contracts and tell the members of the panel what they are?
Excuse me, Mr. Burke, can you repeat those numbers again?
Sure. E for the distant contract.
For the Empire.
Empire 00024-47. So that would be 00047. And then for the Moss contract, it's Empire 00057-82.
Thank you.
And
Madam Chair,
I gave you,
I'm sorry, I think we have two copies of the distant contract. I don't think we got copies of the Moss contract.
okay, maybe I messed up and gave. I might have given you both of them.
You gave us.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more thing you verified too.
Okay.
I'll leave that later.
Yeah.
Question to you, Mr. Walter, are you familiar with those contracts?
Yes.
Could you tell the members of the panel how you came into the contract with the D'Angelo brothers and what's in those contracts?
Basically, they reached out. They had two jobs, both were paving. One was kind of a rush emergency. They needed pricing relatively quick because they needed to start quick. And the other one was going to start a little bit later. Could I provide pricing? So I provided pricing on both jobs. They were going to send over documents via Procure, but I didn't get any documentation via Procure. But I did get a basic general concept of what they were looking to do on the jobs. Went to both locations, did a basic measurement based on some just general conversation of what they were looking to do. Walked everything out, got a general idea of the footage for both locations. After that, I got pricing that I did on my own, and then I had sent it to General Asphalt and another company called Citadel for pricing. And then I waited again, one of them, they wanted to get done relatively quick. So, they said, hey, can we get some basic pricing over for budgetary numbers? Sent that information over. And they said, all right, we want to do both of them. So, okay.
And in terms of the project itself, were there two contracts that were provided to you by D'Angelo Brothers?
Yes,
Okay, and the documents that I've given to you, are they the contracts between Empire and D'Angelo Brothers for the Moss Playground and D'Angelo Brothers and Empire for the distant playground?
yes.
Would you tell the members of the panel what the Moss Playground contract entails in terms of minority participation?
All right, Moss.
Yes.
All right, it's on Empire dash 00082. Contractor agrees to exhaust his best and good faith efforts to employ an appropriately diverse workforce, which will include minority persons and females at all tiers of employment. Contractor shall also cause its participants to employ an appropriately diverse workforce. For this plan, an appropriate diverse workforce is one which reflects the local availability and historic utilization of Philadelphia residents, and also recognizes underutilization of diverse workers across all trades. The following are expressed as hourly project goals.
So now that contract for Moss, if you look at it, it's a number of pages, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Is that, to your recognition, is that a standard contract?
yes.
Tell us, the members of the panel, what you mean by a standard contract.
Typically, when I get contracts from the same vendor, it's the same contract over and over. They just change, they'll change the location, but for the most part, it's a standard contract. Like if I work for Train, I have a basic contract that comes over for a specific location. The next location will come over, it's the same contract, just with a different address, but the verbiage is the same.
Now, with regard to that document, sir, which is the Empire thing, are there initials on the bottom of those contracts?
Moss. Back on Moss, yeah. Moss, yes,
Okay. And is that contract signed by you?
yes.
And how many pages is that signed, sir?
5. So I have 25 pages and one addendum.
And so if you turn to the page, for example, Empire 0074, see that page?
4. Yes,
And who signed that subcontract?
it's myself and Steve D'Angelo.
And then the next one is an Exhibit A. Do you see Exhibit A?
Yes,
Okay, and is that initialed by you, Mr. Wallace, on the bottom?
yes,
And is it initialed by you on Exhibit A in the bottom? You see it says description of the subcontractor's work.
yes,
With regard to the handwriting that's underneath it, whose handwriting is that?
that's mine.
And why did you place that handwriting on this part of the contract?
Because if they didn't, that was the pricing for that particular month. If they waited like weeks or months, the pricing would change because there would be an adjustment. There would just be a price index adjustment. The price of asphalt changes with the price of oil. So the pricing varies. I could only hold the pricing for a specific amount of time. And if there was an increase in the cost of the material, it would be transferred over to them.
Is that typical contracting practices?
On things where the material pricing varies, yes.
Now I'm going to go to the next page, which is Empire 00076. Is that page signed by you and D'Angelo?
Yes,
Okay. And in Exhibit A, and it has another writing in the bottom of there. What's that writing, sir?
that's the same statement. A payment adjustment per ton of new course and asphalt will be established for each month when paving occurs, when there is a price index increase.
And the next page is Exhibit B, which is contract documents. And did you sign that page, sir?
Yes,
Now, you had indicated to the panel members that you never received a Procure invitation. Could you explain what that means?
so typically, if there's a project, they'll send me a link to Procure. And it'll have like all of the project documentation. It'll have like prints, it could have specifications, It'll have guidelines. It's almost like the contract along with specific information like prints and documentation.
And in terms of this exhibit B, and there's a section on there, small letter G, talks about drawings, and then small letter H, specifications. Are you aware of any drawings or specifications that were provided for purposes of this contract?
No,
In terms of the Gilmore and Associates Incorporated, were you aware that of any participation by Gilmore and Associates in this project?
no,
Do you know if they participated in this project?
I do not.
Are you familiar with Gilmore and Associates?
Yes,
Who are they?
they're a general contractor.
And was Gilmore and Associates a general contractor on this project?
Not that I know of.
Are you aware of it playing any role in this contract?
Not that I know of.
Could this be an error in terms of the contract documentation?
I have no idea. I just didn't see them there.
I'm gonna go to the next page, which is Empire 78, and that's Exhibit C, special provisions. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, did you sign that page?
yes,
And did did somebody for D'Angelo sign that page?
yes.
What is that document to you? What is that document?
It just says where you would insert any special provisions. For this one, they had employment goals for a diverse workforce. And then it said insert specific reporting requirements, click to enter reporting requirements. Certified payroll required, yes.
And when it says see attachment number 1, are you familiar with attachment number 1 for purposes of the special provisions of that contract?
Yes,
Was that the document that you had previously led at Empire 082?
082. Yes,
Okay, and in terms of the special provisions, again, it was a diverse workforce, correct?
correct.
Did this contract require any, what I will call term, a commercially useful function by Empire?
Not that I was aware of, no.
And in terms of fulfilling the purposes of this contract, did Empire fulfill the terms of the contract by providing a diverse workforce through GAP?
Yes.
Would you tell the members of the panel how that worked?
So on that project, through the certified payroll, it identifies, how many hours each person worked, what they're paid, and their ethnicity. So on this project, on the certified payroll, they were to verify ethnicity for each person involved in the project and what their trade was, the hours and the rate.
Now, let's go to the distant playground contract, which is Empire. What number is that?
00024.
24 to 47, okay? And I want to make sure the record's clear. So the Moss Playground is Empire 0057 to 82. The distant playground contract is 0024 to 47, okay? So the record's clear. If you look at that contract.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this contract?
Yes.
Could you tell the members of the panel what this contract represents?
It's the same basic contract as the other one, different location, again, paving.
Now, for purposes of this contract, what work did you do to evaluate the contract and plan to prepare for the contract?
It's the same as both. Do a basic walkthrough for access, where equipment would be laid down, do a quick measurement. And most of it's access, like where can we get equipment parked? Where can we get access to get into the location? A basic measurement of where everything's happening.
And did you solicit bids for this contract?
Same thing, yeah, I went to the same two persons.
Now, in the context of this contract, I want you to go again directly to, just to be quick, page 41 of the contract.
Yes.
Is that signed by you, sir,
Yes,
and Mr. D'Angelo?
yes,
And then the next page, again, pages from 42 through 47, they're initialed on the bottom, correct?
right, 42, 43, 44. So, yeah,
And so you go to, again, the document now, which was marked as Exhibit B, which is page Empire 0043. You see that document?
Yes,
Okay, and again, I want you to direct your attention to subcontract, paragraph G and H. For Langen Engineering. Are you aware of whether on the distant project, Langen Engineering had any documentation for involvement?
not that I know of, no, not with me,
Are you familiar with Langen Engineering?
no,
In terms of this contract, were you provided any documents through Procurement?
no,
Were you provided the link for Procurement for the documents from D'Angelo Brothers?
no,
Now, the next page, Empire 0044, could you look at that document?
yes,
Okay, and when comparing this to the Moss Playground contract, what special provisions do they have for purposes of this subcontract?
just certified paper.
Okay, so I'm going to look at Exhibit C, special provisions, and direct your attention to paragraph number 1. What is that?
For Exhibit C, paragraph 1, special provisions.
Yeah.
Just says insert special provisions of the contract, click here to enter. Same thing with number 2, and then the third one is certified payroll required, yes.
And with regard to number 1, click here to enter special provisions are not applicable. Were there any special provisions entered into with regard to this contract?
No,
Were there any minority requirements to your knowledge based upon the contract that Empire signed with D'Angelo Brothers?
no,
Irrespective of that, there was a subcontract of this work to General Asphalt, correct?
correct,
Now, did you also get estimates besides General Asphalt for this project?
yes.
Why did you go with General Asphalt for purposes of subcontracting?
The other person didn't get back to me. I needed to get the pricing quick, within a week, and that individual didn't get back to me.
Did Empire perform its services under this contract?
Yes,
Did Empire provide adverse workforce in this contract, even though it wasn't required for the express terms of the contract?
yes.
And how did it do that?
Again, through the workforce that physically performed the labor on site, and it was verified via certified payroll.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your work before we get into details. You indicated that you did some estimating, you did some requests for estimates, and then you did some requests for pricing. What other stuff did you do on these contracts in order to fulfill these contracts as in?
I go out and just make sure that everything we have, that the guys have access. That's the biggest thing. How can you get material and equipment in? Where are you going to drop the machine? So it's safe. Again, basic measurements. These were 2-day jobs. They weren't large construction jobs where you were going to be there for weeks. So it was a basic 2-day job. Hey, we're going to deliver equipment on this date. Equipment will be there. Guys come next day. Material comes next day. And you're pretty much in and out in 2 days.
Now, in addition to the setup for the project, doing the estimating, doing the walkthrough, negotiating the contract, do you have any involvement in the supervision of the contract or the management of the contract for the work that's being performed?
And they were just 2-day jobs. There wasn't a great deal of supervision and management needed. I just make sure I go there before, I make sure I go there after. If there's any issues that I see, I try and bring them up and get them resolved as quickly as possible. But again, it was just, they weren't long-term jobs where I'm on site the entire time.
No.
Just 2 days.
Do you recall going to these sites, both Moss and Distant, after the work was performed?
Yes.
Could you tell the members of the panel when you went and what you did when you went?
So I always go to all my jobs. If they're 2 days, 1 day, or if they're longer, I'm there. But I go just to do a basic safety check. You walk around and just walk the location to just make sure everything is okay.
Now, in terms of this work that you're doing, would that be properly characterized as project management?
For the most part, yes.
Now, just so we're clear about this, with regard to the distant playground, was there any requirement of a commercially useful function?
No.
Was there any minority participation requirement?
For distant, no.
With regard to the Moss and the distant playgrounds, did Empire ever seek credit for minority participation on either of those contracts?
No.
Now, in terms of project management, I just want to explain for the members of the panel what you mean by project management and what examples you use for purposes of that in fulfilling a city contract.
So each contract is different, really. These were small, they were relatively short periods of time. If I have a contract that's larger, where there's going to be labor on site, I'm on site. But this just wasn't that. It didn't need me to sit there, 12 hours watching paving happen. But I could give examples of jobs that I'm doing now where I'm on site all day. But it really, each job is a little bit different. If I'm providing just material, I do my submittals, I get my pricing, I send all of that out. Once the submittals are approved, I get everything back in. I schedule the delivery with the loading dock to make sure that we can get access at the loading dock. If it's big equipment, they'll call me to say, hey, we're en route. Can you make sure we have access? I'll be on site when bigger deliveries come in to make sure that, if you're bringing a tractor trailer in to Center City, I'm going to be there to make sure that deliveries happen. So each job is just a little bit different, which what I do.
Now, you talk about every job being a little bit different, and you've got experience with handling minority participation jobs in the city of Philadelphia. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a standard process or a typical process that's followed between the general contractor like D'Angelo and a subcontractor like yourself?
Yeah, so if I know it's a minority contract, they'll call and say, hey, they'll ask for solicitation. Do you mind if we list you on a contract? I'll say, what contract is it? They'll give me, we're purchasing a cooling tower, or it's going to be the following. So they'll give me a heads up what contract it is. They'll give me the bid and contract number. They'll go ahead and, submit that as part of their paperwork, who they spoke to in the time and all that. If they get awarded the contract, they'll call me back and say, hey, we were awarded this contract. We listed you for this percentage or this particular dollar amount to do the following. And then usually I'll get like an email that confirms, hey, you've been listed on this contract, and it gives the contract number and the bid number.
In these two contracts for the Moss and Diston Playgrounds with D'Angelo Brothers, was the typical process that you're aware of followed with regard to requests for minority participation?
No, at no point did they say, hey, this job has a participation value of X, or we're listing you with a participation value of X. It was just a regular phone call. We need to get pricing on this. Can you help us out?
Now, an issue has arisen as to the question of whether D'Angelo Brothers was aware that Empire had subcontracted this work to General Asphalt. Could you address that issue for the members of the panel, please? So
once we went through the pricing phase and they said, hey, we want you to get the work done. They knew that General Asphalt was doing the work. That conversation had happened, and then there were emails directly between D'Angelo and General Asphalt. They actually had emailed directly to Eddie and Mike, asking them questions.
Who are Eddie and Mike?
Eddie was, what do you call it? Eddie was the paving supervisor, and Mike was, I guess, his associate.
So I'm going to show you what the city has marked as Exhibit 31, which is an email sent Tuesday, August 20th, 2019, between John Meehan and son, what's been represented, I believe, to be someone from D'Angelo Brothers. Ask you to take a look at that document.
The proposal that you sent me is not the same as I had. Maybe something changed, but this is what I sent on April 3rd. See above. Yes, estimate will change if you need 4-inch middle. Also, just to let you know, we are really busy and booked to the middle of October to beginning of November. Thanks.
No, I know you're not copied of the email. Did you ever see that email?
No.
And why would it be that D'Angelo Brothers is dealing directly with General Asphalt for email for purposes of identifying a change in the contract?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, what's the significance, sir, of this email for purposes of the notification for the D'Angelo's knowledge with regard to the contract with them.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained, could you rephrase it?
Rephrase it. I'll try and lay a foundation for it. This email is dated April 20th, 2019, Mr. Wallace. Had the work on Moss or Diston been done at that point in time?
No,
Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to why General Asphalt was communicating directly with D'Angelo Brothers?
D'Angelo, from my understanding, D'Angelo reached out and wanted to know why the pricing was different.
Objection to move to strike. There's no foundation laid as to the witness's awareness of that conversation, and it's basically just calling for hearsay.
I'll lay a foundation. So, sir, in your contract, there was a provision, when I see your contract, Empire's contract, there was a provision with regard to change in pricing if there was a delay in the project, correct?
Yes.
Do you have an understanding of why this email was sent by D'Angelo Brothers?
Objection asked and the objection was sustained. This exact question was asked.
Mr. Wallace, could you explain to us whether D'Angelo had knowledge that General Asphalt was a subcontractor for these projects?
Objection calls for speculation.
What is your knowledge, sir, as to D'Angelo in the context of its work with General Asphalt? What did you know?
I knew that everybody was on the same page as far as who was doing the work and how it was happening.
So what do you mean by that, sir? Do you mean everybody? Who is that?
D'Angelo knew, I believe his name is Joe Goodman knew, Mike Gat knew.
Did you have communication, sir, with members or people who were affiliated with D'Angelo Brothers?
Yes.
And who were those conversations with, sir?
It was Joe Goodman, I believe his name was, and there was one other gentleman. I never really spoke to Steve D'Angelo other than just emails, and most of the conversation back and forth was via email.
And in the context of this claim, based upon your conversations with members of the D'Angelo staff, is it your understanding that D'Angelo was aware of General Asphalt's role?
Objection leading.
Well, based upon your conversations, what was your understanding as to General Asphalt's role in the contract?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Tell us what your understanding is in terms of D'Angelo's knowledge of the GAP's involvement.
Objection asked and answered.
Let's get to the second component of the contract, and I'm going to ask you to go to after the work was done, was there a meeting, sir?
There was a meeting, yes.
Could you tell the panel about the meeting and the reason for the meeting?
So there was an issue with the paving at Distant Playground. There was one spot, there's like it's like an outdoor workout area now. But there was an issue where it was retaining water. Wasn't an issue. It was an issue with retaining water and no runoff. So a meeting was called, but I didn't get notified of the meeting until the day of the meeting. And that was from a gentleman with the city of Philadelphia. He called my cell phone and he said, "Hey, you coming down to the meeting?" I said, "I didn't get an invite." I said, "Did you send me an invite?" He said, "No." I said, "What location?" So he told me. I said, "I'm 20 minutes away. I'll be there in a minute." But apparently the meeting invite had went to Mike at General Asphalt and other people from the city. So when I got there, meeting was essentially over. And there were just, there was a person from Parks and Rec or Fairmount Park and two other persons from the city on site.
And what did you do with those two members of the city on site?
Just spoke, had a general conversation about what the issue was, and they showed me. And that was it.
Now, in the context of that meeting on November 22nd, 2019. You did not get an invitation to that meeting.
No,
Are you familiar with whether or not General Asphalt got an invitation to that meeting?
they were at the meeting.
When you say they were at the meeting, who was at the meeting?
Mike DiDonato was at the meeting.
Did you come to learn that that meeting had been noticed by D'Angelo Brothers?
Objection leading.
Are you aware of how that meeting was notice was given for that meeting on November 22nd, 2018?
Yes, the city had requested a meeting with D'Angelo. D'Angelo requested that General Asphalt be on site. They reached out to Mike and asked him to be on site to go over a repair that needed to be done.
Did D'Angelo Brothers reach out to Empire or George Wallace with regard to this meeting?
No,
Why not?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know why?
do I know why?
Yes.
Yeah, they knew General Asphalt did the work. They knew that I was going to call General Asphalt to make the repair. But again, they should have notified me, so I could have been on site.
Objection, move to strike the testimony about what D'Angelo knew. There's no foundation laid for this witness's knowledge of what was in D'Angelo's mind.
I think he's allowed to make a representation about what D'Angelo knows based upon the circumstances. Thank you. You may continue. If you have any.
Yeah, I mean, they were at the meeting. General Asphalt was at the meeting. I got a call from a gentleman with the city saying, "Hey, Mark, are you coming to the meeting?" And I said, I wasn't aware of a meeting. So he let me know where, and I said, I'll be on my way. I'm leaving now.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the contracts, and in particular, I want to go to Empire 73. And in addition to Empire 40 and 41. 73 and 74, 40 and 41. Page 71, you see, I'm going to direct your attention to specifically paragraph 19.5, so both the same, it's both the same in both contracts. 19.5. You ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Wells. What is that paragraph 19.5 that's in both of the contracts?
All notices given under any of the provisions of this subcontract shall be deemed to have been duly given upon receipt by the addressee. And all notices shall be given by commercial overnight delivery such as Federal Express or UPS, addressed as follows or to such other address as the parties may designate in writing.
And who are the notices to be given to under this, both of these contracts?
That would be me.
And that would be the subcontractor Empire Supplies and Services.
Yes.
Did Empire Supply and Services get the notice of this November 22nd, 2019 meeting as required by the contract?
No.
Now, I want to ask a more generic question. Has D'Angelo Brothers ever noticed to Empire that the contract had been breached by Empire?
No.
Has Empire ever taken action against, has D'Angelo ever taken any action against Empire for an alleged breach of contracts?
No.
Are you familiar with any discussions that you've had with D'Angelo Brothers about any breach of contracts for Moss and Diston?
No.
Now, I want to go back to an issue which I think was this Mike DiDonato issue. I think at some point in time, there was a raising an issue that Mike DiDonato is person number 3. And I'm just laying the foundation for this, that Mike DiDonato was person number 3. Is Mike DiDonato ever been an employee of Empire?
No.
He's always been an employee of GAP.
Yes.
So could you, based upon the representation that Mr. DiDonato claimed to be an Empire employee, could you explain to members of the panel what your understanding is on that point?
My understanding was they asked at the meeting, who is here representing Empire? And Mike said he was.
And was that accurate?
Representing, he doesn't work for Empire. He was there representing Empire in that there was an issue with an area that was pooling. And they were going to make corrective action to get it taken care of, but he's not an employee of Empire.
And has anybody ever listed Mike DiDonato as an employee of Empire?
No.
Now, while we have this opportunity, and I think it's important in that context, there were 3 employees that were mentioned, and I'm going to do a sidetrack here for a moment. The first employee was the assistant Mary Ann, correct?
Mhm.
The second, you need to say yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
The second employee was Mike DiDonato, who was not an employee, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a third employee that was listed. Could you tell the members of the panel who that third employee or alleged employee of Empire was and what he did?
Dennis Reichert.
And what did Dennis Reichert do for Empire?
He handles safety.
And why was it necessary to hire Mr. Reichert at Empire?
Because I was doing jobs that required a dedicated safety person that was independent of myself.
So could you just explain for members of the panel what that job entailed and why it required a safety person?
So I had to go into specific jobs, but a lot of the jobs that I was involved in, we had a lot of people working there. There were a lot of subcontractors, so needed somebody kind of like just keeping eyes on guys wearing hard hats. You know, are you wearing steel toe boots if that's required? You know, are they filling out the daily toolbox logs? Just to make sure that those items were happening, if nothing else, to protect me from just an insurance claim. So I wanted to make sure that somebody was there to just go through all of the safety documentation for every job.
Did he also do work for GAF?
Yes,
And what work did he do for GAF?
gas testing, like training actually.
Can I just please, I would like to clarify the record. I think the original question when we started this line of questioning about this employee was, Mr. Burns referenced him as employee 3. I just want to be clear, if Mr. Burns is referencing the earlier testimony by, Mr. Diamore, that was employee 2. So I just want to be clear.
Thank you. So I'm just gonna.
Is that who you were asking him about?
I believe that I was asking about employee number 2.
All right.
Skip, Mr. Reichart. And Mr. DiDonato was employee number 3, correct? You can answer. Do you understand?
I don't know how every person's classified between 1, 2, and 3.
All right. I want to get to 2 more issues with regard to the Moss and distant playground contracts. There was a suggestion that you were interviewed about both of these contracts, correct?
Yes,
And when you were interviewed about these contracts, did you tell the interviewer the truth about these contracts?
yes,
Now, at some point in time, you were not feeling well, but you pulled out your phone, correct?
yes.
Tell the members of the panel why you pulled out your phone to address the Moss and distant projects.
Objection asked and answered at the last hearing. Sustained.
Were you familiar with the Moss and distant playgrounds at all times, sir?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered at the last hearing. Sustained.
Now, there's a provision in the contract, sir, and I'm going to direct your attention back to Empire page 40, and it's section 18. And it, see that contract provision, sir?
40,
Section 18 on page 40.
section 18, subcontract, yes.
And that is subcontracting. Could you read that for the panel?
Some subcontractors shall not the subcontractor shall not subcontract all or any portion of the subcontractor's work hereunder without the prior written consent of contractor. Contractor shall have the right to reject any proposed subcontractor for any reason or for no reason.
Now, could you explain that provision in terms of the contract from Moss and distant and how that provision was applied with regard to general asphalt?
Objection compound.
All right, could you describe that provision, sir?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Once again, when there's a objection, let us rule on it. So The first objection, because it was a compound. Correct. Sustain, can you rephrase it?
Are you familiar with section 18 of the subcontracting of the provision with regard to subcontractors, Mr. Wallace?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes,
What is that provision, sir?
Objection calls for legal conclusion, otherwise the document speaks for itself.
He has an understanding of a contract. I think if you want me to lay the foundation, he's already testified.
Overruled.
What's your understanding of that provision, Mr. Wallace?
if I was going to subcontract any portion of the work, I would have to let them know.
And did you let them know who was that?
D'Angelo,
And did you let D'Angelo know that you were subcontracting the work?
that was known up front. Yes.
And what did D'Angelo approve that subcontracting?
Objection leading.
Right, what was D'Angelo,
Sustain.
what was D'Angelo's reaction to this, to your subcontracting to General Asphalt?
They were fine with it.
And was that ever in writing, sir?
No,
How do you know that they were fine with it, they being D'Angelo?
they never had any objection. I mean, they met on site with General Asphalt. There were emails back and forth. At the end of the contract, they didn't dispute payment. I got no notification via email or in writing saying that they had an issue with anything. So at that point, it was,
Now, after the work was done, who was in charge of handling the billing for the Moss and Distant Playground projects?
that was me.
And did you handle that, sir?
Yes.
Could you tell the members of the panel what you did?
Did standard AIA documents for the
Yeah.
purposes of billing.
There was an indication, sir, that you received a communication after the project from someone from the city of Philadelphia. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the members of the panel what communications you had after the completion of the Moss and Distant project with anybody from the city of Philadelphia?
I got a phone call asking about if I had been paid for the job. They were kind of confirming payment. And at that point, I said, no, I hadn't been paid. And it's just a basic conversation of what, you haven't been paid? I said, no, not yet. They were like, oh, well, I'm in charge of making sure that, that you get paid, and I'll reach out to them and follow up with you on payment. If you ever have an issue on payment, you can reach back out to me. And that was the gist of that conversation.
And in terms of the gist of that conversation, was there any inquiry from the city of Philadelphia with regard to Empire's minority participation for the projects?
Not until later on, I got a phone call asking about participation. And that was after the project was done.
When you got that call, what did you tell the individuals?
I basically told them that the project was done by General Asphalt, and I had never been solicited or got any emails, and there was no paperwork filled out, for participation on the project. I didn't, the standard information you get is you get like a formal notification that, hey, here is your participation value on the project, and it gives an outline, but I didn't get any of that.
And did you submit purchase orders to D'Angelo Brothers?
No,
Who did you submit purchase orders to?
General Asphalt.
And did you invoice D'Angelo Brothers?
Yes.
And did D'Angelo Brothers raise any questions regarding the invoices?
No.
Were those invoices paid?
Yes.
Second.
Need to ask a question for clarification. When you said you indicated the city called you about payment, who called you?
Don't remember his name.
What department? What? It can't be just the city.
No,
City
it
don't
was,
make
it
no
was,
calls,
no,
right?
it was a gentleman that asked, he just said he follows up to make sure that vendors get paid.
And he didn't clarify what office he was from. He just said,
No, he did at the time. I just don't remember. It wasn't like an office that I was familiar with. Like I'm used to hearing like public property or fair, but it wasn't that. It wasn't like finance or any of them.
I just want to, for clarification purposes, I do want to show one more document. If you could go to page 82. That's attachment number 1, sorry. See that document? Okay. Now, the members of the panel have that document also
That's the one.
at page 82. The last page. Now, page 82, that is the attachment number 1 for the special provisions of the contract, correct?
Yes,
Did you prepare this document?
no,
There are crossouts for that document. Did you did you do those crossouts?
no,
Why are those crossouts there?
they're not applicable to the contract,
What do you mean they're not applicable to the contract?
meaning that they're not part of this contract.
And so the only thing that's not crossed out is the only thing that's applicable to the contract in terms of minority participation, correct?
Correct.
And for both the Moss and Distant Playground, was that participation requirement met under the contracts that Empire had with the Ansel Brothers?
Yes,
No further questions on that issue. We'll move to the next one. I'm going to show you, Mr. Wallace, what has been marked as Empire 00221, which is the exhibit number 20 in the plaintiff's binder. Let's actually take a look at that.
I don't think it's the right exhibit number, based on what the witness is holding and what I've using as our exhibit 20.
I'm going to give you what we've marked as exhibit number 20, which is the city's exhibit number 20. After you take a look at that document.
It's not, I mean, it's not the city's exhibit 20, so that's the problem with that reference.
It's page 3 of the city exhibit number 20.
What?
Page 3 is city's exhibit number 20. The free page.
All right, page 3. In the future, if you're referencing a particular page, please indicate as such. There are 4,000 of your documents to go through.
Yes.
want to remind council that if you have a question or comment, address it to the panel. not to-
Okay, so to the panel, I would ask that council be specific with what he's referencing, given that as the panel is very aware and has seen for the course of these 3 days, we have boxes and boxes of 4,000 pages of exhibits. And
Okay,
so we
thank
need to
you.
be precise. That's my comment to the panel.
I'm gonna also ask you to take a look at Empire 00221. I'll give you a copy. The panel, it's okay, I'll walk up and give you a copy. It's like I- Mr. Wallace, are you familiar with those two documents, which is City Exhibit 20, third page, and Empire Exhibit 0221?
Yes,
What are those documents, sir?
2 invoices for work that I did.
When you say I did, what did you do?
So. I don't have a document number to quote it, so. The document number is this.
It's number 3.
Just number 3.
Yep.
Provided labor to clear a floor drain in the basement, ran a cable machine about 50 foot up to the curb track, pulled back some grease. And then ran it 75 foot through a basement clean out and cleared water from the basement area.
My understanding that this work was done at engine 59, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, would you tell the members of the panel who did that work?
I did.
All right. And is that how the work that's referenced on that agreement, the labor?
Yes,
Okay. Did anybody assist you, Mr. Wallace, with the labor on this contract?
no,
And now, there's a question that is raised with regard to certified payroll in terms of labor work.
Mhm.
Would you tell the members of the panel your understanding with regard to your providing certified payroll for purposes of Empire's work for city services?
okay. So I reached out to labor standards. This was probably 2018. Spoke with them and I had a question about certified payroll. At that point, the city was still doing paper certifieds, but I asked, hey, if I do work on these types of jobs, how do I certify myself? Like, what would be my labor rate? Or how do I document myself on certified payroll? I was told I didn't have to put myself on certified payroll because I had no actual pay classification. I wasn't classified as a laborer, wasn't classified as any particular thing. So, there was no certified that I really needed to put in. Later on, when I was doing another job last year, I asked the same question. I said, hey, on this job, is there a certified payroll? They said, yes. I said, how do I document my time? I said, and are you sending an LCP tracker link for the job? So I hadn't gotten that. So yeah, we'll send an LCP tracker link. Make sure you upload everybody's certified payroll for the job. Make sure you add your subcontractors in so we can send them a link for certified payroll. And I said, what do I put for myself? They said, you don't have a rate to put down. They said, the only thing that you really could do is document your hours, but we really don't need that because you don't have a particular classification that we would put you under. I said, okay.
So for these purposes of this work, it's documented on city exhibit number 20, page 3, and Empire 00221. How did you build that work?
I did the work and built it to General Asphalt.
Now, what was your understanding of your ability to perform that work?
So for drain cleaning, that's done by the laborers, actually. Laborers do it. If you look at any, city contract with mobile dredging, if you look at it for in a flash plumbing, they use laborers for drain cleaning. You're allowed to clean on the outside of the track up to the curb track, but you can't go into the city sanitary line. So that was my understanding. And I had reached out to L&I at that time and spoke to Bob Gledhill about it. And then later I reached out and talked to the laborers and they were doing that work as our other companies in the city doing that drain cleaning.
Was it your understanding that a certified master plumber was required to perform that work under the city contract?
For drain cleaning, no.
And so you have the ability to perform that work, correct?
Correct.
And just for the clarification purposes, Mr. Wallace yourself performed that work for the city contract, correct?
Correct.
Under Empire, correct?
Correct.
We can hand this back to you. I'm gonna go to city exhibit number 21, and then we're gonna go to the third page of that exhibit. Mr. Wallace. In addition, I'm gonna show you what we have marked Empire 00241 E or Empire 00975, and ask you to take a look at those documents for me. I have copies for the panel. I've got those. May I approach them? I'm gonna have some before. Panel members ready? Where's everybody ready?
Give me one second.
No problem.
Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace, so the documents that I've shown to you, exhibit 21, page 3, and Empire 00241 and E00975. What are those documents?
All right, it's invoice, supply labor and material, replace pipes, second floor restrooms and showers. Cut out block, collapsed piping, replace with new test lines for flow, and met with city personnel on site.
I need to go back for 1 second. With regard to the engine 59 work that was done, drain cleaning on March 7, 2018, which we just referenced, exhibit 20, number 3, NEO 221. Was anyone present from the city when you did that work?
At 22nd Honey Park.
At the
Engine
59,
59?
engine 59, yeah.
No, nobody was with
Was there anybody from the city present when you did that work?
that work. No,
Yeah.
Engine 59.
Now go ahead, I'm sorry. We went back to the exhibit number 21C and E0241 and Empire 00241 and E0975. What are those documents?
All right, so that's the invoice for the work. And a check to the subcontractor.
Tell us what this work entailed and what work you did.
All right, so this was, if you went into that firehouse. There's the apparatus floor where they park the trucks. To the left of that is like lockers. The leak was right in the apparatus floor, but right next to where the lockers are. So all of the lockers had to be taken off the wall. You had to open up the ceiling in order to access the piping there. And I mean, and then pretty much that's what we did. Just took the lockers off, had to remove everything. They had to move the trucks out. Opened up that ceiling to make repairs of 2 drains. Made those repairs, then put everything back.
And what plumbing work did you do, sir?
Didn't do any plumbing. I had a subcontractor.
Who was the subcontractor that did it?
Best Buy was there doing work, and there was a plumber there that didn't work for me.
Okay, who was that?
His name was Dave. He worked for GAT.
So the documents that I've shown to you have a description of this work which occurred on June 25th, 2018. You can tell the members of the panel that description.
Description of work?
Yeah.
Supply labor and material, replace pipe to 2 second floor restrooms and showers, cut out block, collapsed piping, replace with new test lines for flow, met with city personnel, Joe Gabarino.
And who's Mr. Gabarino?
He was a gentleman that was running like that project with another gentleman named Frank Abbott.
And did you communicate with Mr. Abbott and Mr. Gabarino on that work?
Yes, they were both there at different points.
And did anyone tell you that they needed, at least to the work that you were doing and Best Buy was doing, that they needed a master certified plumber?
No,
Did you need a master certified plumber for the work?
for the work that I did, no.
What work did you actually do, sir?
So we took all of the lockers off the wall. We had to cut open the ceiling in order to access the pipe. We helped the plumber get, break all of the pipe out. And then we got materials and then assisted him with putting everything back. We had to repair that ceiling and then put all the lockers back.
Objection, I'm moving to strike all that testimony because the question asked was what this witness specifically individually did on that project. And all of the answer was we this and we that. What- Sustained.
Okay,
Rephrase.
We'll
break it down. What work did you do on the project for engine 59?
Okay. I met on site.
Engine 72, I'm sorry.
I met on site with Joe Gabarino and Frank Abbott to first identify the problem, where the leak was, or where we believed the leak was. So did that first. Identified what we would need to do in order to make the repair. Had to let the fire department know that the truck was going to have to be pulled out. Identified that we were going to have to get them to clean out their lockers, because they were going to come off the wall. Identify approximate time frame of the work, how long it was going to take. Identify how much of the ceiling was going to come out. And then make a best guess judgment on how much piping was going to be replaced. And how long the showers and restrooms will be down.
Did you assist with the physical labor in terms of the work replacement of the pipe and the work to do that?
No,
Who did that?
that was Best Buy, and they already had a plumber there.
And in terms of that work that was done by you, the labor, what labor did you perform?
Again, setting everything up to make sure that the fire guys knew when we were coming. Setting everything up so that they had everything cleaned out so we could move it. We had to determine where we were gonna put everything. And then I was back there, at least every day. Just seeing how things were going, because again, we're gonna have their showers and bathrooms shut down. And then making sure that everything got tested correctly, everything was functioning. So you go in, you turn all the showers on, you turn all the sinks on, you flush the toilets to make sure that there's no backups and no issues before you start closing the ceiling back up.
And did you have the interaction with the city of Philadelphia officials?
Yes,
And did any city of Philadelphia official raise any issue with the work that you were doing, that Best Buy was doing, or that the master plumber was doing?
no,
How long was this?
this was only maybe a week.
It also says in this invoice that you supplied material. Could you tell the members of the panel what material you would have supplied and how that worked?
Yeah, scaffolding. So I had to purchase all the scaffolding for this job. Not purchase, but I actually rented the scaffolding. We had our regular material, sawzalls, porta bands. I had the drop cloths, I had the lights.
When you say we, is that Empire?
Myself, yeah, it was myself. And again, I had a subcontractor there, so I have to communicate and work with them on, hey, you just can't show up here at, what time are we starting? Everybody's got to start at, a specific time. Well, you can't just park your trucks in front of an active firehouse. So here's where you're going to park your vehicles. Here's what we need to get the job. Here's where we can place everything.
So are you performing a commercially useful function in the context of this work at the engine number 72?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Outside of the physical labor in terms of the valuation, inspection, management of the work, how much time did you spend doing that, Mr. Wallace?
Specific to this job,
Yes.
I was there every day, or maybe an hour in the morning just to make sure everybody got started out. And then I would always come back later in the afternoon,
Okay. So
make
you,
sure everything's cleaned up.
so you were on site on a regular basis
Yes,
and you were managing the project.
yeah, this is a firehouse. You can't just, it's a firehouse. Just leave it trash.
Now, with regard to this project, I know we don't have the invoice from Best Buy Roofing, but we do have an E00975 check. Did you look at that check?
Yes.
And could you describe for the members of the panel what that check is?
This is a check that I wrote to them for the $4,950
for the work that was done at
at
engine.
that location, correct?
And it references an invoice 2000-0019. Are you familiar? Do you have that invoice?
I don't with me, no.
Those are the two that have been raised by the city with regard to your work under the plumbing and heating contract, your physical work under the plumbing and heating contract. Did anybody ever raise an issue with you under the plumbing and heating contract with regard to your performance of any work on these two projects?
No,
Did anybody from the city ever raise a question with regard to the use of Best Buy?
no,
Did anybody from the city raise a question about the use of a master certified plumber?
no.
We take a 2-minute break, use the restroom for a 5-minute break and come back. I'm pretty much close to being done.
Okay, so 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you.
10-minute break.
Exhibits that were referenced just in Mr. Wallace's testimony and point them out to the panel for council. I would move into admission Empire 00057 through 82, which is a contract. I would move into admission Empire 0024 through 47, which again is a contract. City exhibit number 20, page 3. City exhibit number 21, page 3. City exhibit number 31. Empire exhibit 00221, Empire exhibit 00241, and Empire exhibit E0975.
So admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace, I want to turn your attention to city exhibit number 7 and ask you to take a look at that document. Have you had a chance to take a look at that document, Mr. Wallace?
Yes,
And are familiar with that document?
no,
If the city is represented, that's the B2G now system and the entry for Empire Supply and Services. Do you see that? Yes.
yes.
And could you read for us, sir, the date that the application is made for Empire to be listed in the B2G now system and the effective date?
Objection, the document speaks for itself and this witness indicated he's not familiar with it, so he shouldn't be testifying to it if he's not familiar with it. Council would like to draw attention to a specific part of the document, you can simply do that, but it shouldn't be through this witness who is indicating he's not confident.
Sustain.
Do you recall what date that Empire was certified by the city of Philadelphia as a minority business?
Yes, January of 18.
Does that document refresh your recollection as to what date that was done?
Objection. No foundation for that question.
You can look at the document.
Just says certification tracking log effective January 30th of 18.
And does it tell you what date does it refresh your recollection as to what date Empire was listed as a minority subcontractor under the B2G now system?
Objection, the witness never said he didn't recollect, never indicated there was any issue with his memory, so this question is improper.
Do you have any recollection of when?
Sustain.
Do you have any recollection of when Empire was added as a minority participant for purposes of general asphalt?
Purposes of, I don't know that, no.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, and I just want to go back, when we were talking about the backhoes, is it your understanding that the minority certification for purposes of credit would not apply for Empire until after January 30th, 2018?
Objection, leading.
That's the question.
Sustain, but rephrase.
Sure. What's your understanding in terms of the time frame that the minority certification for Empire was applicable.
I didn't register with the OEO until January of 18.
So, and that would be January 30th of 2018.
I don't remember the specific date. I just know it was January 18.
So anything prior to January 2018 was not something that Empire was seeking MBE credit for or got, correct?
Objection, leading.
When was the first date? When was the first date that Empire was able to have status as a minority contractor for purposes of its work with General Asphalt?
January of 18.
To be clear, you're just saying January 18th, you don't know the year?
I don't remember the specific date when I mailed it into the OEO.
So you just know January 18th. You
I
don't
just know it was
the year.
January of 2018.
And does that document refresh your recollection as to the date, sir?
The date listed here is January
Objection,
30th.
there's no indication. Withdrawn objection, withdrawn.
Mr. Walsh, you can hand that back to me. Mr. Walsh, you were interviewed as part of the investigation by the city of Philadelphia.
Yes.
Would you tell the members of the panel about that interview?
Yes, I got a notification that they wanted to interview me. And they gave me the date, time, and location. I went down and sat and spoke with them for a couple of hours.
At that interview, did they present you with any documents?
There were some documents that they asked me to verify.
And what were those documents?
It was just, it was just like very generic conversation, really.
Did anybody at that interview present you with any of the invoices that were issued to them?
At that point, I don't recall that.
Did they present you with the Diston and Moss contracts in that interview?
At that point, no. No,
Did you
we-
talk about the Diston and Moss contracts?
We briefly did, yes.
And what did you tell them about the Diston and Moss contracts?
They asked me if I had done work with D'Angelo for Diston and Moss, and I said yes.
Mr. Walsh, can you clarify the day?
I can't remember his first name. His last name is Mars.
And you're talking about with someone that works employed by the city of Philadelphia?
Yes,
What department?
I believe they're with the Office of Inspector General. But again, I don't want to, I couldn't say that.
And for the future, when you talk about the city, can you clarify what
Specific,
department? you're
yes.
talking- Yes. Thank you.
Was there any issue that was raised during the course of that interview that you took issue with, Mr. Moss?
Objection, relevance.
I think it's relevant because the intent.
Sustained. Rephrase it so that.
When you were interviewed, did you provide honest and forthright answers, sir?
Objection, leading.
All right, I'll lay the foundation.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes.
What was your impression in terms of that meeting and the questions that were asked of you?
I wasn't,
Objection, vague, and relevance.
Sustained, rephrase.
What was your impression with regard to the information that was provided and requested during that hearing, or that interview?
what was my impression regarding the information?
And the documents reviewed in
I didn't actually understand why I was reviewing the documents.
and did there come a point in time where they raised issue with regard to you, to your work? Sorry.
Objection, leading.
During the interview, was there a point in time where they raised an issue with you with regard to Mr. Means stealing from you?
Yes,
Tell the members of the panel about that interaction with the interviewers.
Objection, this was testified to at the last hearing. This was all asked and answered.
they indicated that I was being taken advantage of. That, after reviewing the documents, there was money that was missing, or that they led to believe me that money was missing. And then at that point, they're like, hey, you're being taken advantage of. You really, you are. So when I left that interview. I actually reached out to my accountant, had her and them review pretty much all my accounting, all my bank statements. And I actually sent an email to Mr. DeMars, who I interviewed with that day, just a basic saying, hey, thank you. But after going over all of my financial information, there were no discrepancies.
Did you talk about your experience as a person in the contracting industry when you were interviewed on that day?
Objection leading.
Could you tell the members of the panel what information you provided as to your background in that?
I gave the information pretty much condensed version of what I testified to prior to. I worked with my dad, my upbringing, where I'd worked prior, the type of work that I had done, how long I had done it, where I had done it.
Did you tell them, the interviewers, about how Empire Supply and Services was started?
Yes,
And did you tell them about the involvement of the means?
yes.
And what did you tell them about the involvement of the means?
The same information I testified to earlier.
What was that?
I approached them about going into, a partnership for the most part, and why I wanted to do the partnership, my previous business experience, how I got to that point, and why I needed to do it in reference to insurance, bonding, and just access.
Have the means taken advantage of you because of your status as a minority?
No,
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross it down.
Yes. I'd like to start by turning to Empire 241. Counsel, do you have the copy that you showed the witness?
You want to-
Yeah, thank you. What about that second page?
Yep.
Thank you. Here you go, Mr. Wallace. Now regarding this project, what project was this again?
this was engine house right off of Loudon Street.
Okay, regarding this project, I think you indicated on direct by your attorney that you did some setup with regard to that project, some preliminary stuff. Can you just reiterate what you did there?
Pretty much met on site, determined where we believe the leak to be. Pretty much coordinated that the truck was gonna have to come out, it was gonna have to be moved, there was lockers that were gonna have to be moved. The ceiling was gonna have to be opened up.
Okay, but all of the actual work, the actual opening up of the ceiling was not done by you, is that right?
That is correct.
The actual plumbing work was not done by you, is that correct?
That is correct.
The actual piping work was not done by you, is that correct?
That is correct.
The testing of the lines after you finished the project for flow, was that done? That was not done by you, correct?
Correct.
Yet, if you look at Empire 241, can you read what it says under labor, under activity, the bold under labor?
Supply labor and material to replace pipe to 2 second floor restrooms and showers, cut out block, collapse piping, and replace with new test lines for flow, met with city personnel, Joe Gavin, on site.
So despite the fact that you weren't the one to do that work, you still submitted an invoice to GAP that indicates that you supplied that labor, is that right?
That is correct.
Good to hand that back, thank you. You also testified about this employee number 2. This was, you said, I think, a safety employee.
Mhm.
Do you,
Yes, I'm sorry.
thank you. Do you recall being asked about that during your interview with the controller and the investigator, and it's the Inspector General's office?
Employee 2, no.
So you don't recall explaining to the investigators that you did not know, that you did not have that person on your payroll and you did not know what that person would be doing?
No, that was a different person.
Okay, did you tell the investigators about this person, this employee, this safety employee?
No,
Why didn't you mention that at all when the investigators were asking you about the employees that work for Empire?
They asked me about a different employee who was not an employee.
Empire, during the time of the investigation, Empire didn't actually have any employees other than you, isn't that right?
It was just Mary.
You and Mary, and that's it, right?
Mary. And then later, Dennis.
But that wasn't during the
What?
time of the investigation. Right,
Well, they didn't ask me about that employee.
okay, so is it your testimony that during the period of the investigation by the controller and the inspector general, that you did have a third employee? Named Dennis, I guess, is what you're saying now?
Dennis Riker,
That's your testimony, that person was employed by you during the investigation period?
during the investigation period, what the,
Any point in time, prior to 2021?
prior to 2021, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 2021,
Excuse me?
2021.
Right, prior to 2021, you're saying that Dennis was employed by Empire.
No, he started, no, not prior to.
When did Dennis start?
His actual date I would have to look up.
What was the approximate date?
When did I do? This is 23, 22. Late. I believe it was late 20. Again, I had to look up this specific date.
Showing you an Empire exhibit. Unfortunately, I don't have the number, but I do have copies for council. The numbers are off at the bottom. And I have copies for the panel as well.
You need to have the exhibit number on this, the one. Number
Can't
two.
hear you. Mr. Burns, I can't hear you.
I think we should put in the exhibit number to this. It will let me find that number. I can find it for you. Yeah, I think it's important.
Sure, we can call it P40 if you want. The E number is cut off, but we can call it P40 if that works for council.
I need to find that document. No, this is. Yeah. We haven't had like this.
Just for everybody's edification, I believe it's E 00714.
Thank you. Makes it, I just think it's important.
300
714.
714.
You get those.
These, Mr. Wallace, are emails that you sent to someone named Shannon Halter. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who is Shannon Halter?
At that time, she was handling payroll
For Empire or for Gap or both?
for Empire.
Why didn't you mention her during your testimony? If that's another person that works for you?
Objection.
She does not work for me.
Objection. I don't understand. He never did. Foundation for that question. How come you never mentioned her in your testimony? The foundation as to whether or not she's an employee hasn't been said, so I object to that question.
The witness testified that she does payroll for Empire. That's literally what the witness just said.
After you asked. Yeah.
Objection is overruled.
So when you were questioned extensively about employees and everything else that your counsel questioned you about, why didn't you mention Shannon?
She's not an employee. She works for a company that handles my accounting. And I'd reached out to them to also handle payroll.
Okay, so when you testified that she does payroll for Empire, that's not correct?
At that time, she did do payroll for Empire as a subcontractor.
Now, in your emails to Shannon, do you see on the first email where there's two paragraphs, your first email to Shannon at the bottom? I'd like you to read that second paragraph. It starts with "I would."
I would be the only employee at this time. I am looking to add personnel throughout the year.
What was the date of that email?
2/3/21.
So when you testified earlier that you had other employees as of late 2020, that wasn't correct, was it?
Objection, this characterization of his testimony, he clarified his testimony that he went into 2021. This cross-examination is improper.
Overall.
You can answer. It wasn't correct testimony, was it?
No,
And as of you can hand that back. Thanks. Finish with that. Let's go back, sorry, to this invoice 1265, Empire 241 and City, I think 21. The date of that invoice is June 25th, 2018, isn't that right?
the dated invoice is July.
Sorry, the date of the labor on the bottom under
Oh,
date
yes,
next to activity.
Yes.
So the date that labor, that you claimed that labor took place was June 25th of 2018, is that right?
Correct,
And at that point in time, Empire had no other employees except you, right?
correct.
You can hand that back. Thank you. Since we're on the topic of your employees, let's talk about Mary, your office employee. What is her title as far as Empire is concerned?
Admin,
And you mentioned, I think, during your testimony that you yourself have a fully separate email address that you use for Empire, is that right?
correct.
It's important to keep it separate, that's why you did that?
I just needed it to be separate. I just needed an email.
Right, and it needed to be separate from your, actually withdrawn. During much of the time that you, after you had created Empire, you testified you remained on GAP's payroll, is that right?
Correct,
And so it was important when you created your Empire email that it be separate from the GAP email, right?
correct.
But Mary doesn't use an Empire email, does she?
She does, yes.
It's your testimony she uses Empire email?
Yes,
Did you know that she uses a GAP email?
I'm sure in the beginning she did.
In the beginning, meaning when?
I would say 2017, 18.
When did she start using an Empire email?
We both used Empire Mechanical at Outlook.com. And then later on, she went to Mary_and Wyland at EmpireSupply.group. And then I also used George at EmpireSupply.group.
And that's from 2018 on, you said?
It was intermingled. We still use both emails.
You used both emails for your Empire business. You used both the GAP and the Empire emails, is what you're saying, right?
No, I used Empire Mechanical at Outlook.com. And I used the EmpireSupply.group email.
And what about Mary?
Mary used Empire Supply email and she had a John Meehan email.
And she would use both of those when doing business for Empire?
She would use that email. When she originally started, I hadn't had a separate email for her set up. So we were both using the Empire email for Empire. And she had an email with John Meehan as well.
And at what point did she stop using that John Meehan?
Couldn't tell you an exact date.
Well, so when was she using the email? In the beginning, you said, so what years was that?
I would think 17. I couldn't tell you the exact date that she stopped using that email.
Do you have an approximate time frame when she stopped using the GAP email to do business for Empire?
I had to ask her.
So it could have been up until as late as 2021?
I would have to ask her. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Go ahead.
She has a personal email that is Mary_and, at EmpireSupply.group, and she still uses the Empire Mechanical. If she uses another email, I don't know. There's no way for me to
So you don't know what email your employee is using to do business for your business?
No, she does all of the business on Empire Mechanical for her, Mary, and Empire supplied that group.
Okay. Showing you document E 647. Do you see at the top of that email, these are emails between you and Mary, aren't they?
Yes, and
And at the top of that email, what is dated October 10th of 2019, is that right?
that is correct.
That's about a year to 2 years after Empire was in business.
Yes,
And as of that date, you were still emailing Mary at her John Meehan and Son email. See that?
yeah,
Hand it back. Actually, I'm gonna hand it back for just one more moment. I have one more question. And those emails that you're sending to Mary have to do with Empire's business, specifically their tax and monthly review and bank statements for Empire, right?
correct.
So you're still, as of October of 2019, emailing Mary about Empire business at her Gap email. Is that right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Mary works out of Gap's office, doesn't she?
yes,
And you mentioned regarding, let's talk about the Mehans and their emails. You mentioned they don't have an Empire email at all.
correct.
They don't have a phone number for Empire.
No,
And I think you've also, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if there's a more correct way of saying this, but it sounded to me like on direct, you basically testified that they don't take part in the business decisions. Is that right?
not really for the most part, no.
For the most part, they're not involved in Empire's business decisions.
Not really, no,
Yet collectively, the Mehans own almost half of your business. Is that right?
correct,
Despite not taking any part in it at all whatsoever.
correct.
I'm gonna show you another document. It's been marked E 2301. This is an email to both of the Mehans. Is that correct?
Yes,
And in this email, you're discussing a number of different jobs that you're planning to bid through Empire. Isn't that correct?
planning to bid? No.
Okay, let's have you read that first paragraph then.
PGW has been actively calling me and emailing about getting involved in scattered site work, supply of material for scattered site work. I explained the liability costs, backroom costs, insurance. They said it doesn't have to be low. I got the attached lead yesterday. Is this something you guys want to go after?
So you're in this email, are you not asking both the Mehans for their opinion as to what the next business decision you should make as far as PGW is concerned with Empire?
No,
Is your testimony that you're not asking for the Mehans' opinion for whether you should go after this PGW project?
no.
Okay. Let's have you read the third paragraph of that email.
I had some stuff going on with Gem Mechanical, and we have another decent job. I'm not going to run through Empire. It's going to Grab Direct. It's boilers in a nursing home. In Royersford, they own several locations in Philadelphia. We're going to pick up maintenance at those locations if all goes well.
And in that sentence, I'd like to draw your attention to. I am not going to run through Empire. It's going through Gap Direct. You see that?
Yep.
So for this one, as opposed to your other jobs, I guess you're indicating that you're going to use this job directly through Gap instead of running it through Empire, as you previously, I guess, done. Is that fair?
No, I didn't get any of these jobs.
Right, but in that sentence, quote, I am not going to run through Empire. It's going through Gap Direct. You're letting the Mehans know that for Gem Mechanical, you're going to go through for that project to Gap Direct as opposed to, quote, running it through Empire, as you yourself said. Is that right?
That's
Objection.
incorrect.
Objection. Asked and answered.
That's incorrect.
Well,
Yeah, the objection is this thing. Okay, so sorry, this is the thing.
The other exhibits, I'm not necessarily. Actually, I'm going to offer all of the exhibits that I've previously shown the witness, including this one, into evidence at this point.
I'm going to object to the introduction of those pieces of evidence. As you know, the panel is asking questions about what's relevant or not relevant. I've let her go through this because it's cross-examination, but none of the questions that she's asked is relevant to the issues that we've raised in this case. Those issues being the question of whether or not there was any type of labor issue with regard to performance by Empire, whether there's a question about any type of the supplying of equipment and the Moss or distant playgrounds. What this council is trying to do is basically go to the point that we had made on the context of which they've already admitted that Empire was operating as a company independent of General Asphalt. So I think it's not relevant. And I'm not.
Council opened the door to this in the 8 hours of testimony yesterday and last week and today.
Overruling objection.
Madam Chair, just for the sake of the record, so I have that as E714, which was also marked as P40, E647, and E2301.
Can hand that back, thank you. Like to show you what's been marked many times. E02434 is one of the markings on that one. Go. This is another email chain between you and both the Mehans. Is that right, Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
And would you agree that your initial email at the bottom dated July 9th of 2019 is informing the Mehans about different jobs that Empire has gotten and asking the Mehans for their opinion on further jobs that Empire should go for?
Read it.
Yeah.
Okay, and the question?
I asked you if it's fair to say that this is an email where you are both letting the Mehans know about business that you picked up for Empire and also asking for the Mehans input about further jobs that you should be going for as Empire in the future.
Objection, compound question.
Is it fair to say that this is an email where you are letting the Mehans know about some jobs that you've gotten for Empire?
Yes,
Is it also fair to say that this email is also inquiring of the Mehans for their input as to what future jobs you should go for as Empire?
Objection, lack of foundation.
You can answer.
oh, yeah, these are jobs that, a general update, that's why it's labeled quick update. Where I was giving them information about stuff that I had going on and just updates.
Okay, why don't you read the last paragraph of that page?
If there's any information you guys want me to forward, let me know. If there's a particular segment job you want me to chase, let me know. Looking at three parts contracts that aren't out for bid, I think we could go in at 9% and get them. They do about 700,000 a year per contract.
And just specifically, there is a portion of that paragraph, as you read, that says, quote, or if there is a particular segment / job you want me to chase, let me know, right? You said that.
Correct.
And is it still your testimony that you do not involve the Mehans at all in business decisions for Empire?
Just give updates and give them updates as the stuff that I want to go to. And I'll put it out there, say, hey, if there's any input, let me know. And rarely have I gotten any input.
I'd like to offer that document in evidence.
No objection.
Talk about the backhoes and the excavators. You testified on direct, I believe, that you input the excavators as backhoes in the invoices that your attorney showed you and that were at issue in the city's case. You indicated that you put them in as backhoes, even though they were excavators, because it's the only way to notate it in QuickBooks, I believe. Is that correct?
No, so there's drop downs and I had never loaded in excavators. I never loaded in every piece of equipment that I use.
Okay.
So I keep it very generic, just general tools, just very generic. Plumbing supplies is generic. I don't list like 90s and every specific piece of material.
But you indicated that the invoices that you were shown for backhoes were actually excavators, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you put them in as backhoes because you didn't have another way to notate excavators, is what you testified to, correct?
Correct.
Give me one, sorry.
No, take your time. Yeah, I said that I don't have.
No, I don't have
Oh,
a
I'm
question
sorry.
for you, sir.
That's what you wanted me to finish.
Showing you what's been marked Empire 265. This is an invoice from you to Gap, is that right?
Yes,
It's invoice 1221, is that right?
indeed.
And the date of the invoice is May 16th of 2018, right?
Yes,
And this is denoting some equipment that you claim to have rented to Gap, is that right?
correct.
And under the third activity in the middle, on April 4th, or on April 23rd of 2018. Can you read what that states under activity?
Rental, general tool rental, 2-week rental / excavator.
So your testimony that sometimes you, or that you input the backhoes, the excavators as backhoes because you didn't have another way to denote it, wasn't correct, was it?
No, I was correct. I said specifically I had a drop-down screen that lists just generic equipment. So when I hit the drop-down screen, that's why it comes up rental, general tool, rental. That's the generic drop-down, and then I had to manually type that in.
Right, but you didn't do that for the backhoes, did you?
No.
I'd like to offer that document in evidence at this point.
No objection to that.
So,
You didn't own a backhoe during the time those invoices were issued, did you?
Objection. I'd like to know what the date was, be more specific, for my client answers that general.
You can absolutely go back to all the invoices panel. I'm more than happy to do that.
stated before. Go further into the detail, but it's.
I will. So I have my copies of the documents. I'll show the witness. They already have been placed in evidence, I think numerous times. They're Empire 213, they're Appendix 114 through 119 of the city's exhibit 1 and 2. And so I want to show the witness just to get the time frame, but just to save time, I don't have copies offhand to give the panel.
I can give you copies that I have, people like that
I
counsel.
think they have it in the binder. I'm just gonna ask the witness questions. These are the invoices for the backhoes. Can you give the dates of these backhoe rentals, Mr. Wallace?
We have on invoice number 1144, December 19th of 2017. On invoice 1151, it is January 25th, 2018. On April the 11th of 2018. October 15th of 2018. And January 8th of 2019.
Right, you can add it back. Thank you. So those are the dates the rentals took place to Gap of these backhoes, correct?
Correct. Actually incorrect, because I believe the address for one of those is Duncan Road. And that was a rental excavator.
Well, wasn't it your testimony that all of those backhoes were actually excavators?
No, no. So can I see those?
Absolutely.
I was only asked about. You asked about. This one here, internal affairs, I said that that was the excavator. This one here, I said I couldn't actually recall. And then you asked me one about State and Linden. And I said that was the excavator, and that's where the gentleman from the city was with me.
So the ones you can recall, you believe were excavators and not backhoes, isn't that right?
The ones that I stated earlier, when I testified before, yes.
And during those time frames, let's start with April of 2018. You didn't own a backhoe during that time, did you?
April 18. No, I don't believe so, not April 18.
And during October of 2018, you also didn't own a backhoe, isn't that right?
Correct.
And during January of 2019, you didn't own a backhoe, did you?
I believe that to be. Did I purchase that machine? I have to check. I believe I had a machine for that. I have to check.
All right, let me show you something that might refresh your recollection. Except that the number is top to the bottom now, so I'll need to get that. So I'm showing it to council. My co-counsel is getting a number.
Thank you.
Yeah, E624. Now, an E624, that's an email from you to Audrey Schaefer. Is that your accountant? I think you testified.
Yes.
Okay, and in the middle of that document, do you see where it says, quote, I also bought a backhoe in December for 125K, but I sold it to my other company the same month? See that? Now this email is dated January of 2019, right?
Mhm.
So as of January
Sorry, you
2019,
can say yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
so as of January 2019, when you sent this email stating that you had already sold your backhoe, you didn't have a backhoe, did you?
When I sold it,
As of this email on January 9th, 2019, you did not have a backhoe, isn't that correct?
so you're asking if I had, I just want to clarify, you're asking if I had a backhoe during this time period.
I'm asking if, let me just rephrase it. Isn't it fair to say that as of this email dated January 9th, 2019, you're indicating that you had already sold the backhoe in Empire's possession, correct?
Objection, mischaracterizes the document, but you can, objection, mischaracterizes the document.
Can you rephrase?
Okay, do you see in the document where it says, quote, I also bought a backhoe in December for 125K, but I sold it to my other company the same month,
Do I
so,
see
right?
that? Yes.
So as of January 2019, when you sent this email, Empire didn't have a backhoe, did it?
I don't believe, I couldn't answer that because I believe I sold this piece of equipment to buy 2 more pieces of equipment after that.
Okay, but you didn't mention that to Audrey, did you? It's nowhere in this email.
No, this was just for tax purposes.
Right, she was asking you about equipment for tax purposes.
Right.
Right,
If I'm buying new equipment that I haven't
That's all.
purchased as of yet.
there's no question, Mr. Wallace, thank you. I'm offering that document into evidence at this point.
Objection.
And actually, I'm sorry, I will hand it back. I have one more question. When you say December, when you say I bought a backhoe in December and I sold it to my other company the same month, you're referring to December of 2018, right? Being that this email is written January 9th of 2019?
I would assume that.
Okay, thank you. Now, you mentioned, let's talk about rebuild. You mentioned on direct examination that your work on rebuild consisted of ensuring access by the laborers, is that right? To the site,
Just ensuring access that they would have a place to put the equipment.
right? Estimating, right?
Yeah.
So that, visiting the site, right?
Correct,
Taking measurements
correct,
and getting pricing, right?
correct.
And all of this was prior to the contract being awarded to you by D'Angelo, is that right?
It overlapped.
Which portion overlapped?
So when they first reached out to me, they sent the contract like after. So this stuff happened prior to and then during that period.
Okay, but that was what it consisted of, what I just asked you about, right?
Yes,
You didn't actually do the asphalt milling and paving that was part of the contract work, right?
correct. I did not.
Nor did Empire.
No, just no.
Again, these are documents already in evidence under city exhibit 29, and I'm showing the witness the documents from. These are invoices from Empire to D'Angelo for the Moss project, aren't they?
Yes,
Can you read for me what the invoice indicates under service in the middle?
Moss, playground, mill and overlay.
Okay. And what about the second one?
Moss, playground, mill and overlay.
Is there any other work listed in that invoice?
No,
Hand it back, thank you. Actually, sorry, I have one more question. That invoice doesn't indicate anywhere that D'Angelo actually did that work, does it? Or that, excuse me, that Gap actually did that work, does it?
no. No, that just shows,
And, sorry, go ahead.
that just shows on the certifieds and on the AIA.
Okay, and that invoice, neither of those invoices indicate any of the work that you mentioned you claim to actually have done on the Moss project, right?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony previously and would seek a conclusion. And it admits that he's doing work on the projects, so I think it's an unclear question.
Thing. Sure, nowhere on these two. If you could just not be on your phone, I'll ask you questions, Mr. Wallace, that'd be great. Nowhere on those two invoices does it indicate the work that earlier on direct you claim to have done on the Moss playground, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna show you, this is also already in evidence as City 33 and City 34 respectively, Empire 21 and Empire 20. Mr. Wallace, these are the invoices that Empire submitted to D'Angelo for the Distant project, aren't they?
No. No,
Oh,
these-
sorry, I'm showing you the wrong thing. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Sorry, showing the witness, City Exhibit 36, Empire 8 and Empire 10. These are the invoices that Empire submitted to D'Angelo for the Distant project, right, Mr. Wallace?
Yes,
Okay, and can you indicate under let's look at the first one first, the first invoice, 1749. Go back 1749. Can you describe what the services are listed under that invoice?
says for paving completed at Distant Playground as per application for payment number 1 dated 10/31/19 and the contract number.
Okay, so the only work that invoice indicates is paving, is that right?
Yes,
And then what about the other invoice? What does it say under services?
for paving completed at distant playground as per application for payment one dated 10/31 and the contract number.
And the only service that invoice indicates is payment, correct?
Correct.
Paving, thank you. And is there anywhere in those invoices, there's withdrawn, there's nowhere in those invoices, isn't it right? Where you indicate any of that work that you claimed on direct examination you did on this project?
Correct.
Do you recall, I think you mentioned a couple conversations you had, but do you recall specifically being contacted by the Urban Affairs Coalition on the Diston project?
Do I recall, or no?
Do you recall, you testified to one conversation you had regarding, MBE requirements on Diston or on rebuild in general? Maybe perhaps you can clarify. You testified on direct, there was a call regarding, MBE
No,
requirements.
I got a call asking me if I had gotten paid for the job, but I don't know like what department that was.
And then you mentioned a second call after that, didn't you?
Correct.
Okay, what was that?
That was later. It was just a generic conversation of, hey, how much of this work did you do? And then I explained I had subbed it out and who I subbed it out to.
Who were you on the phone with?
I don't know that person's name.
Was it Urban Affairs Coalition?
Again, I don't know specifically who they were.
Do you recall being asked to provide documentation for work that Empire did on the rebuild initiative projects?
The only thing I remember being asked was about the payment initially. And
But
then,
my question is specifically, do you recall being asked to send documentation of work that Empire did on
on
rebuild?
both jobs.
Objection, Mr. Wallace is allowed to testify as to what his understanding is, and to be cut off like that is not appropriate. So I'd ask the council to let Mr. Wallace finish his answer before she asks another question.
He's not responding to my question. So I am permitted to redirect him when I'm asking a very specific question and he's not answering it. This is cross-examination.
Thing and rephrase so that he's clear.
My only question for you, Mr. Wallace, is simply whether you were asked to provide documentation of what work Empire had done on the rebuild initiative.
I was asked to provide documentation. I didn't know what department that was, but I was asked to provide documentation, yes.
And you provided documentation, didn't you?
Yes.
And I'm showing the witness, Empire 21. This was one of the city exhibits. I believe it might have been exhibit 30. It's purchase order 1031. You recognize this, Mr. Wallace?
Indeed, yes.
This is a purchase order from you to General Asphalt, correct?
Correct.
And it's for the Diston project?
This is for the. I believe so, but it doesn't say distant on it, but I believe so.
From your recollection, you think so, right?
I believe so.
Was this something you provided to Urban Affairs or to the person or the entity that requested documentation from you?
Yes, this is one of the items.
Okay, hand it back. Is your testimony that you provided something else?
They had, again, I don't know specifically who or where they were with, but had asked me specifically for that in reference to payment. They had asked me, had you been paid on the job?
Okay,
And that was one of the items that I had sent over.
okay. But this was the only purchase order you provided that person with, right?
Objection, asked and answered, he's already testified, provided other documents. She's trying to misrepresent and mischaracterize the testimony.
No, I'm clarifying. He said he's something about.
Once again, there's an objection, then let us rule on it before, so. The objection is sustained, and we're gonna ask you to ask the rephrase the question.
There wasn't another purchase order that you provided to the person asking you for documentation, was there?
There wasn't another purchase order. That I recall.
And you didn't get D'Angelo's written approval to subcontract all of the contract work to Gap, did you?
Written approval now.
You did claim on direct that you got verbal approval, right?
Yes, they were aware, the gap was going to be the word.
When you say they were aware,
Good.
did you actually ask them verbally, or are you just assuming they were aware?
Objection, mischaracterization of the compound question.
You can answer.
It was just in general conversation. I said, hey, Gap's going to be doing the work over there. You know, there was just always a conversation that Gap was going to be doing the paving. And then they had reached out to Gap Direct for clarification on some pricing.
So there was never a time where you actually verbally asked for the approval, you're just saying you simply informed.
Objection, mischaracterization of his testimony.
You can answer.
Question was, did I say, did I verbally say or ask permission?
That's right, as
No.
opposed to just informing them.
No.
Thank you. You're aware that D'Angelo has told both the controller's office and the inspector general's office that they were not aware that Empire would not be doing any of the work. You were aware of that?
No.
Do you recall the testimony on our first day of the hearing?
Yes.
Do you recall when Mr. Diamore testified that D'Angelo told them they were completely unaware that Empire was not doing any of the contract work on the rebuild initiative?
Objection, that question mischaracterizes Mr. Demore's testimony. It puts words in the mouth of Mr. Wallace that they never, I don't think that has been the foundation, so I'm going to object to the question.
Since then, can you tell us exactly what testimony you're talking about, or can you refer back to?
The question was exact. Mr. Diamore testified that in interviews with D'Angelo indicated that they had hired Empire because it was an MBE, and that they were not aware that Empire subcontracted all of the work to Gap and did not do any of the contract work.
We're looking for the exact language that was used.
I don't have the transcript in front of me. I can ask a different way. I could just ask a totally different way if the requirement is that I pull from a transcript in order to respond to an objection. I can definitely ask the witness.
Or you could give us the moment to find.
I'd rather just rephrase. That's permissible.
Okay.
Mr. Wallace, if I told you that the inspector general interviewed D'Angelo and D'Angelo told them they were not aware that Empire did not do the contract work and subcontracted it to Gap, would that surprise you?
Yes.
I believe you mentioned on direct examination that you did another project as Empire did another project with the Divine Brothers. Does that sound right?
Yes,
And that was on a police, Philadelphia Police Department building.
correct.
The project contained an MBE requirement, didn't it?
Yes,
And you, Empire was going to be the MBE on that project, right?
supplying material, correct.
And you understand the requirements for performing a commercially useful function as a supplier, is that right?
Correct.
I'm gonna show the witness page 3 of exhibit 1 of the city, which is page 3 of the Controller and Inspector General's joint report.
Can I read it?
I just wanna wait till the panel gets there. I should be doing that the whole time and I wasn't. And I'm sorry, it's the notated page 3 of the report. I think there's a hearing notice that goes in front of that in the beginning of that exhibit, and that's not what I'm referencing. I'm referencing page 3 of the report that's within that exhibit. In the middle of the page, Mr. Wallace, it indicates C, commercial useful function. Do you see that?
Yes,
And then there's a little indented portion, and it's 2 paragraphs. Do you see that?
yes,
The second paragraph that starts with 4 suppliers, you see that?
yes.
I'd like you to read that, please.
For suppliers, an MWDSB performs a commercially useful function when it's responsible for sourcing the material, negotiating price, determining quality and quantity, ordering the material, and paying for it with its own funds.
Thank you. Give me one moment. That portion you just read, is that consistent with your understanding of what you must do as a supplier to perform a commercially useful function?
Yes,
Just show the witness E2882. This is an email chain, Mr. Wallace, between you and someone named Kyle Shiva, is that right?
yes.
Who is Kyle Shiva?
He was one of the project guys for that project with Divine.
Okay. Do you see the email in the middle of the page from Kyle Shiva dated October 29th of 2019?
Yes.
Can you please read that email?
George, there is a change to the air compressor PO resulting in a $4,369 addition. Can you provide a basic quote, add for helium and zero air manifolds at $4,369 plus a markup? We will then revise PO to you. Then you will need to adjust your PO to Sherman, Beacon, Mendez.
So in this email, Kyle works for Divine, doesn't he?
Correct.
And you were supposed to be supplying Divine with materials, with helium and zero air manifolds, I guess? Is that right?
Yes.
And in this email, Kyle is telling you where to order those items from, isn't he?
Objection. I don't see any relevance to this case. It has nothing to do with those issues. She's trying to backdoor an argument on something that's not been established. We weren't permitted to include additional information about all the projects they did. I don't think this is relevant, so I'm going to object.
Counsel, open the door. You can answer the question.
All right. Yes, there was a meeting prior to this, and where there was going to be a change. So where you see this, ad for helium and zero air manifolds, I had to order it from Sherman Beacon Mendez because that's what was spec in the drawings for that job.
Okay, take it back. I'd like to put that in evidence at this time.
I don't think it's relevant. I object to it being introduced as evidence. There's no relevance.
Overrules, so committed.
Showing the witness E 2866. This is more emails regarding that project with Divine on the police building, right, Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
And perhaps I should have shown you this first. It seems perhaps this might have come first. Can you read the email from Kyle at the bottom dated July 2nd of 2019?
George would like to place another PO for you for an air compressor. The quote from Sherman is attached.
So in this email, is it fair to say that Kyle is seeking for you to place an order based on a quote that was already obtained from the supplier?
No, this was actually in the specs and drawings. So we had a meeting and there were changes to the plans. So on this project, the city outlined all the equipment that was required for the job. So there was no variation. I had no option to go outside of the specs. When they spec Train, I have to get quoting from Train. When they spec Beacon Mendez, I have to go to Beacon Mendez. When they spec Marley for the cooling tower, I have to go to Marley for the cooling tower. So the pricing is actually fixed. And the manufacturers are fixed. That's what's outlined when they were building that building.
Do you have any documentation of that?
I submitted a ton of emails, and then actually this job got taken from Divine and went over to DJ Keating. So that information is also in the DJ Keating email.
Okay, but in that email from Kyle, he's telling you, he's giving you the quote for you to, he's telling you who to order those materials from, isn't he?
Objection to mischaracterization of his testimony. He's already said and he's established that it was pursuant to the city contract what was required. It wasn't what Kyle was telling him to do. Thank you. Right.
I'd like to put that document in evidence.
I object to it being submitted as evidence for relevance.
Overrules, so submitted.
Showing the witness E 2829. These are more, I'm sorry, I gave the panel. I'm so happy, sorry. Thank you.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning as to the relevance of what's going on here. This was a completely different project. It has nothing to do with what we're here for the city today. And I don't know why she's trying to bootstrap this information. I don't think it's established. So if the objection to the relevance is not granted, I'd like an offer of proof as to what we're trying to do here.
I'm requesting the opportunity to respond. Mr. Wallace, these are more emails between you and Kyle on that Divine project, right? There's also someone named Dan Sovereign, I suppose, right?
No, these were the Rich Divine.
Okay, do you see that there's an email at the bottom from Kyle?
Yes.
And Kyle says, George, Attached, please find 3 purchase orders detailed below. I need you to fill out the attached forms and forward them along with the POs to Dan at Tri-State, whose info is below. You see that?
One sec. Yes,
So in this email, Kyle's telling you again what to order and from whom, isn't he?
yes, that's what was spec'd in the contract for that job.
So that's a yes. I would like to put that item into evidence.
Same objections to relevance.
Overall associated.
Not an extremely long time, maybe 15 minutes. Mr. Wallace, for the Divine project, do you recall doing quote joint check agreements?
Yes,
Can you tell me what that means?
it was, everything was pretty much spec'd out for the job. And then, we did a joint check agreement with myself, DJ Keating, or Divine, or it depended on who it was, where they were guaranteed payment basically for the job. They didn't want to wait to be paid, so they were guaranteed payment. So Keating or Divine Brothers would say, hey, George, we're going to give you a check exactly for that amount. We're going to give you a separate check for your time and everything that you do. So I would sign off on the check being that I received it. The next party would sign off on that check, and then the check would be mailed.
And who would the joint check be between you and who else?
Every one of them was different.
Not, I guess my question is not specific to the name of an individual, but who are we talking? And we're talking about the prime contractor and you and the supply, the vendor, or something else? What entities would be a party to this joint check agreement?
It could have been myself, DJ Keating, and Marley. Could have been myself, Beacon Mendez and DJ Keating. Could have been myself, Divine Brothers, and another vendor. So each one was different.
Okay, but the check is going to you and also the vendor who supplied the product that you were supposed to be sourcing, right?
Correct.
And that's going from the person who is subcontracting to you. They're issuing a check to both you and the vendor, right?
Correct.
Showing the witness E2840. This is an email, Mr. Wallace, between you and Kyle Shiva, is that right?
Yes.
And is this an example of the joint check agreement you were referencing?
There's no joint check agreement here.
If you could read the bottom email, not out loud, but just review it to yourself, and then I'll ask you another question. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
So is that email referencing the joint check agreement that you mentioned just now?
I'm gonna object again to on relevance. I don't know where we're going with this. I don't think it has anything to do with this case.
Yes.
And the email says, quote, attached are all but one joint check agreement between DJ Keating, Divine, Empire, and the vendor for all our POs with you. You see that?
Yes,
What was DJ Keating's role in this project?
they were the general contractor.
What was Divine's role in this project?
So that role changed at different points. Initially, I started out working with Divine Brothers, and then halfway through the contract.
But I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I don't understand. What was the role of,
You are cutting them off.
but I don't understand the answer already,
I
and
think it's
I can clarify.
It's not a question of whether she understands.
What is your objection?
My objection is that he's entitled to talk about context, and give context to the answer, the answer to the question that's been raised.
Thing, can you rephrase?
Well, you just indicated, Mr. Wallace, that Divine's role changed. So initially, what was Divine's role?
Initially, I was supplying equipment for the job with Divine Brothers, to Divine Brothers.
Were they a subcontract of DJ Keating?
I don't know.
And then what did the role change to?
There was a conversation with myself and someone from DJ Keating. And the issue was that I was purchasing material for Divine Brothers. DJ Keating there was an issue between DJ Keating and Divine about tax. I'm not sure what the issue was. DJ Keating reached out to me and said, hey, you already have the specs and everything for the job. Can we work directly with you? And then I said, no, I have to talk to Divine Brothers first. Reached out to Divine Brothers, they were in agreement. So then I started dealing directly with DJ Keating.
Okay, so in this email, it's indicating that there's a joint check that went to DJ Keating, Divine, Empire, and the vendor on each of the POs. Is that right?
Correct.
So the vendor from whom you were supposed to order the materials and supply them to Divine/DJ Keating, that vendor got paid at the same time as you, correct?
Check to the
Through that joint check?
characterization of that email into the foundation for the question.
This thing, can you rephrase?
Through the joint check that's referenced in this email, you and the vendor from whom you were supposed to purchase the materials and supply them to Divine/DJ Keating were paid at the same time. Is that right?
Objection, Ken. This characterization of this email and
Is that
relevance,
correct?
I would also object on relevance again.
So did we get paid at the same time? No,
You weren't paid through the same joint check that you just described?
no.
But the joint check is how the vendor that you were using to supply materials, that's how that vendor was getting paid, correct?
Objection.
So yes, that vendor, I would get the check, sign off on the check, make sure that all the billing was correct and matched up to the AIA, and they had fulfilled, everything showed up and there was no damage. I would sign the check, yes.
Okay, that same check that then went to that vendor from whom you were supposed to be sourcing the material, right?
Yes.
I offer that document and evidence this time.
I want to object again on basis of relevance for the testimony in this case.
You mentioned, sorry, you can hand it back, thank you. You mentioned a project that, and as you've mentioned, Empire did with Keating, right?
Yes.
Was there a plumbing project with Keating?
No.
But the project was for a public service building, is that right?
Yes.
And it had an MBE requirement.
Yes.
Since we already talked about Keating, I'm gonna move on to, you mentioned Noresco. A project with Noresco.
Yes,
Noresco was a contract that was awarded to Empire, wasn't it?
yes.
And what kind of work was it for?
Development of, it was an ESCO project.
It was a what?
ESCO, so
What
it
does
was
that
an
mean?
energy conservation project, energy management project.
And that was a labor contract for Empire?
No,
What was Empire supposed to do in that contract?
that contract was more of development, because when they originally approached me, they had no concept of what exactly they were going to do. So there were no actual drawings or plans. They had like 30% drawings. So that was more of, hey, can you sit down with us and develop a scope of work, develop the drawings, develop the plans. Later on, they asked me about purchasing material, and then after that, when we got further along, they said, hey, can we do the contract with you?
For the actual labor, right?
Just the entire contract. I had no labor on that contract other than just me being there.
Did you subcontract to Gap on that project?
Yes,
What did you subcontract to Gap?
I subcontracted out installation of boilers and unit vents.
What portion did Empire retain of that contract?
What portion did Empire retain? What portion did Empire retain? I did pretty much the beginning, when we started at 35%, the development portion of it. And then I was on site.
And that project had an MBE requirement, didn't it?
With Noresco, yes.
And Gap or Empire was supposed to be the MBE on that project?
Initially, no, but eventually, yes.
But then, yes, once the contract was awarded, as you mentioned, right?
They asked me to work directly with them.
But yet you subcontracted the work to Gap.
Objection. That's a mischaracterization.
Yeah, that contract
So-
had no, yeah.
All right, you can,
Yeah, that contract had no actual agreement about how I could get the work done. It was more development. Sitting with them and trying to develop a scope of work from 35% drawings to 80% drawings to get the work completed.
I appreciate that answer, but it wasn't my question. You indicated that once the contract was awarded to you, there was an MBE requirement and Empire was supposed to be the MBE fulfilling that requirement. And I asked you, but yet still you subcontracted all of that labor to Gap under that contract.
objection, mischaracterization, you can answer the question.
Yes.
And in fact, Empire can't perform labor, can it?
I don't do labor now, for the most part. I mean, there are some projects that are small that I do, but for the most part, no. My intent when I went into business was to not do labor myself. Not until everything was kind of set up and developed, and then I could move forward.
Just give me one moment. I'm just about finished. I just want to confer with council.
Okay. Oh.
Have one or two more questions. I'd like to show the witness E01332. It's a bit cut off, but it shows up. The numbers show up anyway. I'm actually gonna show two other documents as well, in conjunction, which would be E01422. And E01392. I'm showing you, Mr. Wallace, 3 checks that it appears were made out by Empire to General Asphalt Paving Company. Do you see that? And is
Yes.
that accurate?
Yes,
One check is for the amount of $690,000, $690,312.52. Do you see that?
yes,
And that was October 23rd of 2019.
yes,
The other check, another check is $635,105.80 made out. Is that correct? Do you see that one?
yes, yes,
And that was made out November 19th of 2019.
yes,
And then there's a check for $719,009.98. You see that?
yes,
And that was made out on August 22nd of 2019, right?
yes,
So it appears that you basically, your company sent General Asphalt about $2 million in a 3-month range. Is that correct?
Object to the form of the question. The characterization sent General Asphalt money. I think we should lay a foundation. I'm gonna object to the question.
Can you repeat the question?
It appears from these checks that in a 3-month range, Empire sent General Asphalt about $2 million. Is that accurate?
Same objection because of relevance and because there's no foundation for this question, just because.
Is that correct?
I didn't send them, I paid them.
Via checks, 3 different checks, about $2 million in a 3-month range, right?
Yes,
Just one moment. I'm offering those exhibits into evidence, or those documents into evidence.
Objection for relevance and foundation purposes. The only reason that she's trying to have those checks introduced.
Overrule. First amendment.
I have no further questions.
You got any redirects?
I do have redirect and it's gonna take a little time, so I would request that we have a break. And do lunch and then go from there.
How much time?
Less than a half hour, I promise. It's guaranteed, and then Mr. Mean is not gonna be that long, so we're going to try and get finished today.
Lunch?
Yes.
Okay. We'll recess.
How long?
Okay, hey. Half an hour?
Maybe.
That's fine.
That's great.
I would like to address one issue before we go off the record that came up last week, and I need to renew my argument. I understand Mr. Burns is of the opinion that he can converse with the witness while the witness is still on the stand. I understand that I objected to that at the last hearing, and the panel overruled my objection and allowed Mr. Burns to confer with Mr. Wallace mid-testimony. Given now that I've begun my cross-examination, my co-counsel did some research into this issue, that there is legal backing for what we said. There are many cases that hold that a witness should not be spoken to by an attorney during the middle of their questioning. And particularly since Mr. Burns is about to embark on redirect when we get back from lunch, I am again asking the panel to inform Mr. Burns and to direct that Mr. Burns and Mr. Wallace not speak on this lunch break.
I disagree with their characterization, but I'm willing, I understand on cross-examination. Well, after cross-examination, during cross-examination, an attorney is not allowed to speak to his client or Mr. Wallace or anybody, whether it's a client or not. I'm not gonna talk to Mr. Wallace.
So just because she asked, we will direct you not to speak to Mr. Wallace.
Thank you for that instruction.
Thank you.
Definitely, Mr. Ross. I'm gonna go through some questions with you and show you some documents again and ask you some questions about what was done on the cross-examination. The first document that was shown to you was Empire 00714 with regard to emails with Shannon Halter in February 2021. See that?
Yes.
Would you explain to the members of the panel why there was no payroll for Empire until 2020?
Why?
Yes.
Yeah, I explained earlier. Mary was under General Asphalt's payroll. They would send me a bill quarterly, and then I would pay that bill for her hours.
And that payroll, was there a reason why you didn't want to have payroll at Empire for that time?
Yeah, it was just developing. I didn't know if it was going to work. I didn't know how long. If I didn't make money, I wasn't going to last. I didn't want to get into a ton of, payroll taxes and reporting and things like that at that moment. So it just took time.
So there was a business decision that was made.
Objection leading.
Could you tell us why that decision was made?
Why I didn't want initial payroll?
Yes.
I didn't want to just overburden myself with a ton of overhead that was sitting there. I didn't want to have a ton of payroll taxes and things. I didn't know if it was going to actually take off. Yeah.
And so did you, and I'm going to refresh your recollection with documents we've already marked as E02097 through E02218, and actually take a look at those documents. What are those?
Objection to the use of these documents for refreshing recollection. The witness has not indicated that he can't recall anything. There's no foundation.
Take a look at those documents.
Oh,
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson. Tell us what those documents are as we set them.
First document number E02097 is for 553 hours, 53 and a half hours for clerical worker, administrative costs.
Who was that?
That was Mary.
And the other documents, are these the exact same thing? Not the exact same document, but similar with what's going on.
Document E02098 is for 50 and a half clerical worker.
Is that Mary?
0299, yes. Yeah, these it's 348 and a half hours. But this is administrative cost, yes.
Okay, and so all of those documents represent payments to Mary, is that correct?
Payments for
Payments for
Mary,
Mary,
yes,
okay, for the use of her services, correct?
yes,
But Mary was not on payroll, right?
correct.
When did the other gentleman when did Mr. Skip or Mr. Dietrich become on payroll for him?
Again, I would really have to look it up. I can't remember the specific date.
And what was the reason for bringing him on?
That was just, so Mary, I needed help with just the day-to-day administrative stuff. I was getting so many submittals for jobs. It was like, I needed everything organized. I'm getting in tons of submittals and specs for jobs. So I'm looking at the prints and I'm doing submittals for the prints, for point out, for everything required. And I was just getting disorganized. I needed help with just staying organized. Like if I could stay organized, I can maneuver through everything. So I mean, my wife would say she's the at-work wife. She keeps me in line. Legitimately, she's very specific, where she's like, no, this, and it's just, she's very structured, and like a blessing in disguise for me. She would literally be my at-work wife. Like I run everything by her. It's just, we just had that dialogue in the conversation, and she's very organized. So.
And so I'm clear here, the purpose of Empire was to start small and try and get built up, and then as it developed, build, correct?
Objection leading.
What was the purpose of Empire?
Objection asked and answered.
and thank you for waiting this time for me to So sustained, can rephrase.
I want the panel to know, sir, why it became important for George Wallace at Empire to get help.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. Well, that was why.
No.
So,
I look and I see that they showed you a document as E0647, which was an email from Mary, correct? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And the document was shown to you because the email address on that for Mary is what?
mwyland@johnmeanandson.com.
How many emails did you produce to the city that would have included Mary as part of the production?
Thousands.
Now, I'm going to show you what we've marked as E00680, E00701, and E00, a number I can't see, but it's an email dated October 23rd, 2020, an email 9/3/2020, and an email of 11/10/2020. I'm going to ask you to look at those three documents, sir. I'm going to ask you, what's the email address on that?
Mary@empiresupply.group.
Can you explain, sir, why Mary's email for John Meehan ended up on this one single email, E00647?
I don't know. Don't know why.
What was the standard practice with regard to emailing Mary?
We email back and forth. We go I do an unidentified check report every month. So I match up the bank statements, all of my sales tax and taxes, the checks that I wrote in the checkbook. And if there's any check that I consider unidentified, I identify, what came in and what went out and what invoice it matched up to. So yeah, we email back and forth.
And there are times when there can be a mistaken email that's provided.
Objection, leading.
Can you explain why that email is different?
Objection, asked and answered.
sustained.
Is there a standard reason why, or are there reasons why Mary would use her John Meehan email as opposed to her other?
Most likely it just popped up and she used that email. So when you click down, you can scroll through what email you want to use. She probably just hit the top one.
Thank you.
Objection,
I
move
don't
to
know.
strike is speculation. Which panel, I would like to understand which document, I've just now been able to pull these up, which document, Mr. Burns was just referring to. Mr. Burns could be directed to explain this.
Mr. Burns,
I'm talking about E00647 is the document where it's
E00
647.
647.
I'm sure you can handle those back. Well, I'm showing you documents that were marked and provided to you, E02301 and E02434, and ask you to take a look at those documents.
I do have an objection now that I've now been able to look at this document. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to open it in real time because there's so many documents, but Mr. Burns asked the witness what email address was on, I guess, E00647. And the witness indicated that the document indicated that it was a Empire email, and that is not what this document is that I have.
That's correct. But I had given, the documents I had given to him were 3 other documents that they referenced him, and you can have a copy of them, where they were all using Mary and Empire Supply, if you want to take a look at that.
So the first 2 documents, the E number is cut off. I pulled up my E680 and it's not this document that council is saying is 680. So there's some discrepancies in the documents.
Can you find the problem?
I'm not going to move to admit, but I will find proper documents. Brian, can you do that? We'll get back to that. I'm going to go back to that. I want to keep it, if you don't mind. Good members of the panel. Those 2 documents I showed you, and the reference was that Mr. Meehan, Austin, and Joe were making decisions. Could you tell us again, just so the panel is clear, about the involvement of Mr. Meehan's in the Empire?
Objection asked and answered extensively on direct examination over the course of 8 hours.
Raised in the cross-examination, and I'm just trying to clarify, because some of the questions that she was
We're going to sustain. We pretty much established that.
Okay, so you're clear.
Yes, we're clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Back to me. Yeah. There was a document that was handed to you that was Empire 00265, and I'm going to take a look at that document. You recall that document, Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
Would you please explain for the members of the panel why there's a reference on that document to an excavator?
Again, so when I go in the QuickBooks, I have everything up, I'm set up very generic. This was a general tool rental. And then I go down to the period of 2-week rental, and then I manually typed in excavator.
And is that different than the setup that you would have for a back?
Yeah, I never had excavator loaded in. I don't have a lot of the tools specifically loaded in. I have generic compressor. I don't have every hand compressor. I don't have like every compressor loaded in QuickBooks. I base everything off of the REIT. So.
And we've already gone extensively through your testimony with regard to the rental backhoe entries, and I don't need to get into that, but I do want to be clear on one thing. The rental backhoes that may be at issue in this case would only be after January 30th of 2018. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Well, would you tell us, sir?
Yeah.
Would you tell us, sir, when did Empire receive its certification for purposes of the city of Philadelphia?
January of 18.
And sir, any invoice after January 30th of 2018 for a backhoe from Empire would only be the one considered in this case, correct?
Objection leading.
All right. Let's go to the 4/10/2018 backhoe. You recall your testimony on that, sir?
Yes.
What was that?
This is the job at 7790 Duncan Road, internal affairs. I had an excavator here. And we worked, like I said before, we were in front of the building to the left side of the steps, fresh air inlet is to the left. And that's where the digging occurred.
I'm going to show you a document we've marked previously as Empire 00268, which is an invoice dated 11/27/2019. Could you remember for fresh members of the panel what that document is showing?
Again, rental for 43rd and Market, dump, compressor, backhoe, and dump, compressor, and backhoe.
And then, sir, you indicated in your testimony on cross-examination that there was a backhoe that was purchased in December of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the members of the panel about the purchase of the backhoe and the use of that backhoe.
The purchase of it?
Yes.
Why did I?
Yes.
I purchased it. Yeah. So I originally purchased that backhoe. That was kind of like the easiest way for me to get into like the line of credit. I needed a backhoe. There was an opportunity to work with Local 542. It was just an opportunity for me to get more involved and own the equipment instead of renting from Norris Sales. I'm paying tax on it every month because it's set up as a rental. So they were charging me tax. And then at the end, I had a balloon payment to buy it and I paid tax again. So I got to a point where it was just like, it's time for me to start buying some equipment and establishing credit, the business credit, instead of me personally guaranteeing everything.
And when you purchased that backhoe in December of 2018, is that something that you would use for the Empire's work with General Asphalt?
Objection leading.
Oh,
Yes.
And in fact, would that have been work, the backhoe that would have been used for any project that occurred in the invoices that we have that post-date December of 2018?
Objection leading.
oh.
It's the only one I own, yes.
We had asked some questions about the Urban Affairs Coalition and your recollection of telephone call with them.
Yes.
They said that, did you provide urban affairs? Could you explain, did you provide urban affairs with all the documents they requested?
So I didn't know who was from Urban Affairs. So I never actually knew, like the person that called me didn't say, hello, my name is, I am with Urban Affairs calling in reference to. It was more of like, hey, what's going on, Mr. Moss? You know, we were calling to follow up on some payments with you in reference to a job. And anytime somebody calls you wanting to help you get paid, that's always a phone call I'm willing to take. But I didn't know who specifically was requesting information for what purpose.
In terms of the D'Angelo brothers, their knowledge and written approval, you've been doing contracts for years. There are standard provisions in the contract. Would you explain that there was the panel about the provision for no subcontracting?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
It doesn't.
The document speaks for itself.
This thing,
It calls for his experience with the public contracting and that provision in that contract. And I think it's important, so I'm going to rephrase the
Please,
question. Thank you. What was your understanding of the no subcontracting provision in the D'Angelo brothers contracts?
My understanding was as long as they were aware of it, there were a lot of things in that contract on both sides. I didn't notify them in writing that I was subcontracting it out. That was determined through just general conversation. The same way they were supposed to send me documentation through Procure, that didn't happen. The same way, if there were any meetings I was to be notified, that didn't happen. So there were faults on both ends. I should have notified them in writing. It didn't happen. I was under the presumption that once we spoke about it and, you know, there were GAT trucks there, D'Angelo had people there. If there was an issue, I would have at least gotten an email, a phone call, a heads up, something. Somebody would have said, hey, you know, what are you doing here?
With regard to the plumbing and heating contract, that GAP had with Embark, that GAP had that it subcontracted to Embark, what was the minority participation standard?
What was the standard?
Yes, was it a commercially useful function?
So on that contract, I did rentals. And then I had the 2 jobs that I did myself, and that was it. So yes,
Do you know what the participation requirement was? Was there a commercially useful function requirement in that contract?
Objection
I
has
don't
been
know.
answered.
Well, I think it's important for clarification because the city.
oh, you can answer that.
so specifically plumbing and heating contract. I don't know what the percentage range was for that contract, but for rentals, yes, I provided rental of equipment there
But
on
do
that
you-
contract.
Do you know that there was the requirement of a commercially useful function under that contract?
Objection asked and answered. You just answered the question.
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what's marked as appendix 41, which is a copy of the city contract, is particularly the city of Philadelphia anti-discrimination policy under executive order 312, and ask you to take a look at that. I'm going to actually give you 3 pages, 42 to 45. Have you had a chance to take a look at those documents, sir?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes,
Can you tell me whether or not that contract has a requirement for a commercially useful function for a minority business participant?
no, it just gives a range. 12 to 15% for MBEs, WBEs, and DSBEs of 8 to 12%. And it gives a best and good faith effort to hit those percentages.
And so the criticism that we have with regard to, it's different, right? We have with regard to the supplying of labor is based upon the requirement of commercially useful function. Is that your understanding?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
It doesn't, it calls for his understanding of what the city's doing. Yes.
Yeah, yes, if it's labor, yes. For materials, no, because a lot of times on materials, you're just supplying the material.
So my question is very simple. So the imposition of a commercially useful function by the city into the plumbing and heating contract with regard to the labor work or the supplies work, that's a misnomer, is it not?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Is the city, under the plumbing and heating contract, which you're familiar with, are you not?
Somewhat, yes.
Under the plumbing and heating contract, is Empire as a minority prevented from subcontracting the labor work?
No,
Is there a requirement that you can point to in the city contract outside of what we just showed you that requires Empire to perform a commercially useful function with regard to the supplying of materials or the performing of labor under the contract?
no.
Thank you. Now, I have to go here for a second because I think it's important. We have been given 5 emails for the DJ heating project, and in particular, the purchase of equipment and joint check agreement. We have produced documents to the city, had we not, Mr.?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show you those documents, sir. How many documents do we produce to the city about DJ heating?
Please make me count.
There's a number in the bottom.
There's a lot of documents, a lot of emails, a lot of correspondence.
How many pages are there?
This starts out at EO2446. And it goes up to E02903.
Okay, now, sir, what was the participation requirements for the contract with the DJ heating and Debarment?
Was supplying material. So they had, it's the PPS building on Broad Street, right next to the school district building. So for that contract, they already had picked out all of the equipment. They had a basis of equipment, a set of plans. So I would go and do all of the submittals for that, and then procure all the equipment, secure the pricing, make sure everything got delivered. So every delivery, the trucking company would call me, hey, we're bringing in this next week on Tuesday. I would have to get with the guys at the dock to make sure we had access, make sure there was no damage. But yeah, all of the submittals, all of the conversation, I did the submittals, got everything approved back and forth, but they had an outline specification on what was what they wanted in that building. So there wasn't a lot of leeway where I could say, hey, you specified a BAC cooling tower, I want to give you a Marley cooling tower. If I did that, I had to either show a pricing deduction or an equivalency between the two brands.
So are there practical realities with regard to contracting with the city of Philadelphia?
Objection leading.
Sorry. So I've marked some pages there with Post-its, and I'd ask you to take a look at those pages. And I just want you to explain to the members of the panel those emails, what work you're doing, and not just being a passive.
Objection, this is a leading question, and if counsel's directing the witness to specific pages.
Go ahead, Mr. Could you go to the specific page and tell us what that is?
The objection was sustained, counsel.
Okay, well, I'm going to reference that document that's marked. What number is that, sir?
Madam Chair, this is inappropriate. Counsel should be drawing the witness's attention to a document, notifying everyone what document he's showing, ideally providing copies, but at minimum, counsel should be noting what document he's showing the witness in advance so that we can all get there.
It's already told you the document. All right, can I have those back?
Exactly. Witness and the document you're talking
Right,
about.
we marked the DJ heating documents as 2,446 to 2,903. I'm going to show you what was marked as E02842 and ask you to take a look at that document. What is that document?
They give us some time to get find the document.
Okay, should I read from the top down?
Yes,
Okay. It's from Kyle Sheva to myself. Excellent. With the billing set up the way we have it, that should help keep the payment turnaround on time. Rich will only hold a check if we are waiting payment from the GC. This is an equipment heavy contract. For future projects, feel free to assess your markups per project. Thanks for working with us and being so responsive. Have a great weekend.
what's equipment heavy?
It was all equipment. It was equipment for, toxicology boxes, it was sinks. Again, cooling towers, heat pumps, ductless splits, chillers. It was equipment heavy. There was air separators, there were pumps.
And with regard to that equipment, who is charged with the responsibility to procure that equipment?
So all the conversations between myself and the manufacturer's rep, it's just on me. So I'll request, hey, can you send me submittals for this? I get the submittal in, do a brief review of it to make sure they sent me the right thing. Then I would submit that, wait for it to get approved. Okay, I got the approved submittal. Then I would cut a PO to each vendor. And then, as deliveries came through, they would send me delivery notification. I would contact the persons at the dock to let them know, hey, this delivery is coming in. Large deliveries, I was at the location when all of the big equipment got delivered to make sure no damage.
So just for clarification, you said on this project, you were in charge of securing the equipment and having it delivered, overseeing the delivery of the equipment.
Yeah, yes.
And it was how much equipment, sir?
The total project between Divine and DJ Keating was around, and I don't want to be exactly specific, but about 1.8 million.
And sir, there was a question raised about a two-party billing arrangement. Why was the reason that there was a two-party billing arrangement in this contract?
Objection mischaracterizes the prior question that council's drawing attention to. My words were joint check agreement.
Okay. Using a joint check agreement, sir, if you understand that better, what was the purpose of the joint check agreement in this contract? Okay. What was the purpose?
So that I wasn't footing the entire bill waiting to get paid.
So tell the members of the panel, practically speaking, how difficult it is for a minority to secure the funding to do this type of thing.
Yeah, they would have never given me credit for millions of dollars on the first order. It was bad enough trying to get $40,000 for an order. So basically the joint check agreement was that everyone was going to get paid reasonably timely.
And who requested the joint check agreement?
So that was an agreement between myself, Kyle, Rich Devine. We had kind of going back, if you read my emails, you'll see the discussion. We agreed upon a 3% markup. I agreed, that I would handle everything as we agreed, but at the same time, I didn't want to go out on a limb and have all this open credit. I needed to make sure, and so did the persons I was buying from, they wanted to make sure they were going to get paid. They wanted to they don't know me. They want to make sure that, hey, is this guy going to pay us? So we came up with a joint check agreement.
Sure. Mentioned the project named Resco, and I'm going to show you documents that were checks, 3 checks that were written in the 2019 timeframe to General Asphalt. And ask you to take a look at those documents.
Yes.
What are those documents, sir?
3 checks.
Did you know what those checks are for?
I have an idea what they're for specifically, but I know the job.
Okay, what job is it?
This was with Noresco.
Tell the members of the panel what role Empire and George Wallace played with regard to the Resco ESG project.
Okay, so Noresco is a private energy management company. They approached me about working with them on 3 schools. They asked me, did I know any engineers in the area that they could work with? I said yes. So we hooked up with another company called ICS. They had 30% drawings that their engineering team had done. And And they had done some evaluation on, you know, utility bills, existing building conditions and things of that nature. So we basically went down and developed what the project was going to look like.
When you
from
say
it.
we, should be more particular for the.
Yes, ICS, Bresco, myself, General Asphalt was involved. There were some other subcontractors that were involved. And the development was, we have a set of 30% drawings. This is what we're proposing. You know, can you work with us to develop a full set of drawings and a full scope of work? And we had meetings back and forth. And this was before I even bid the job. Like, there was no money involved in this. I didn't get paid for it. But up front, we started developing a scope of work. As time had went on and we got to 50% drawings, it was, hey, would you mind purchasing equipment, you know, and helping us out? So what they wanted was a single point of contact. They didn't want to have like 12 different subcontractors. So if you note on there, even the asbestos abatement, I worked with Criterion on that. So it was easier for them to just have a single point of contact. So it was one phone call versus whose responsibility, and there were no points of delineation. It was just me pretty much on the hook.
And what was the scope of work that you as Empire were doing for this project?
Just managing the subcontractors and deliveries, which was just, the whole job was a nightmare.
Was there a loss on the job?
Yes, I had made no money on that job.
How about Gap? How much did Gap lose on that job?
I know what I lost, and it was relatively significant, so their number would be more significant than mine because I only marked that whole project up about 5%.
Objection, that's speculation.
So my loss was approximately 53,000.
The question was what GAP's loss was, and that, this witness, there's no foundation laid to how this witness has
Just
stand.
stay to that part, the answer for his loss, but not Gabby.
Mr. Wallace, I'm going to show you what we marked as E3114 through 3770, E361, E313, E3382 to E3503. This is the Noresco documents. Would you take a look at all those documents, sir?
I'm objecting. Counsel should draw specific reference to specific pages he wants the witness to testify, not to have the witness testifying to hundreds and hundreds seemingly of documents.
I have to lay a foundation to identify the documents.
I'm going to sustain that and ask you to narrow it down, show him exactly what it is that you want him to.
What do these documents represent, Mr. Wallace?
Conversations via email with myself.
Objection. There was no question posed, Madam Chair, that Mr. Burns was directed to draw specific attention to specific pages, and he's instead posed a new question.
I'm allowed to ask the question of what the documents represent. I think I can lay a
First get a document out that you're talking about, and then ask the question of them.
I'm talking about all these documents, and I'm going to move to admit these documents. Thank you. Are they admitted?
So admitted.
Okay, and I'm going to move to admit the Divine Brothers documents, previous. Are they admitted?
Yes.
Objection, I don't know which document, these are hundreds of documents.
I'm admitting them in bulk, and they have had the documents to look at.
We have not had the documents to look at. We've had 4,000 documents that Mr. Burns has not indicated which he's going to put in evidence. This has been actually a strategy to prevent us from being able to understand what he's even drawing reference to, is to just throw us 500 documents and he's putting all of them in. This is completely improper.
It's not. I don't know what the objection is, to be honest with you.
No foundation to these documents at all whatsoever. He briefly showed the stack to the witness. The witness didn't even look through them and then asked what they were and then offered them in evidence. That's what just happened.
The objection is overruled, we'll let you, so admitted the document.
Thank
So
you.
what are the hundreds of, I need to understand the hundreds of documents that are now going in evidence, all collectively with no foundation.
I will. I'll give them for both.
And then what-
Project
You said half an hour, so let's.
and then we'll do third. Yeah. So for the Noresco project, and then I'll give it for the Divine project. The Noresco is E3114 through 3370, E3161, E3313, and E 3382 to 3503. For the Devine brothers, it's E.
Hold, please. Note my objection on the record to the panel allowing the attorney to put in 500 pages of documents collectively based simply upon his own reference to the Bates numbers.
So,
Overruled, I'm sorry.
no. It's overruled, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, so do you have those numbers? Council,
Continue on, Mr. Burns.
thanks. So DJ Keating, Devine is E 2446 to 2903. Thank you. Mr. Lawson. Can I have that back? Getting to the Noresco contract, I'm showing you the document E 03181, which is in the. For the members of the panel, tell us what that document is.
I would like a moment, please, so I can pull up this document. I'm not asking you, Mr. Burns, I'm speaking to the panel.
You can have it.
Thank you.
Mr. Burns, if you give us. Even the panel needs time to. Thank you.
Repeat those base numbers once more, please.
Which one? The one that we just gave in the document?
Yeah, the next.
Yeah. What was the document, Mr. Wallace?
E 03181.
E 03181.
181. Yes.
You there? Ready? Could you just, for the members of the panel, show what that document, tell us what that document is?
I was going over a pricing breakdown with the gentleman named Sam.
So what does that mean to you in terms of a pricing breakdown, Mr. Wallace? What work were you doing?
This was for, basically, we were going back and forth about pricing. They wanted a specific breakdown about extending gas piping, at Saul. And there were multiple alternates in this job. So this job had a base price and then like 3 or 4 alternates for every specification in it. So, for example, one of the alternates was, hey, you can use Weil McLean boilers. Or if you weren't going to use Weil McLean, you can go to this boiler, or Burnham. Or so they gave a lot of alternates. So when I did the pricing, it was the base price, and then I had to list several alternates. And then it allowed them to take out pieces of it and say, we want you to do this here, but we don't want this here. But yeah, it was just a lot of alternate pricing.
I'm going to show you what we've marked E 03187 and E 03194, 87 and 94. Can you hand me that back? These are the members of the panel with the first document, sir.
So we had weekly engineering, design, and review phone calls to go over the prints, to go over the design of the project, and equipment selection.
Is that email represented at the meeting?
Yeah, this was one of the ones I accepted, yes.
How many times did you meet with Noresco about this contract?
We had scheduled meetings every Monday. We had scheduled on-site meetings every Thursday. And then they had a trailer at Northeast High School that I was at daily. Because every day I had to send in and turn in daily site reports of who worked at what location and for how many hours and where we were in the job. So I would give a brief description of, you know, I had 84 hours at this job. Here's the names of the persons that worked on the job. Here's the area that we worked in, and here's what was accomplished today.
Over what period of time?
This project lasted approximately 2 years.
And over those 2-year period of time, how many hours did George Wallace and Empire spend working on this contract?
I was at one of the locations every day. You know, most of the day, every day, sometimes at night, because a lot of times when school went back in, I couldn't access the building during the day. So I would go in at nighttime. Northeast High School had steam leaks. Northeast High School, if you ever go into the mechanical room, there's the mechanical room and then there's another space. You can actually walk under the first floor of Northeast High School, and that's where the steam pipe runs. So there were steam leaks in that space. So I went, you know, and that in that time period, I was there at nighttime.
And how many hours do you think performed on that contract, sir?
It was never a 40-hour week because they wanted to have meetings at 6:30 in the evening. It just, I spent a lot of time there. A definitive number, I probably spent on an average 40-hour work week, I would say probably 35 hours of my time was just on that job.
Thank you. We have this piece. Give me a minute. I just want to make sure I have this something. I have no further redirect examination.
Please move on to your next witness. Dr. Green.
I have one brief question for Mr. Wallace.
I'm going to object because I say there's no process for a recross. There's only direct cross-examination and redirect. Every issue that I raised with Mr. Wallace would have been in response to something that was raised on cross-examination. And there's no provision under the rules of civil procedure and or the Administrative Procedures Act that allows a recross.
Unfortunately, council put about 500 pages of documents from Noresco into evidence and then represented before this panel as if that was the full documents for Noresco, but you're holding more documents that are related to Noresco. So that's the reason for my final question. Thank you. I'm showing the witness E2292. Mr. Wallace, I'm showing you E2292. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
This is an email from you to Austin Meehan about Noresco, is that right?
correct.
And indicates in the bottom email, quote, I just spoke with Chuck from Noresco. The bonds have to come through Empire. Originally, he wanted them from Gap, since Gap has all of the actual labor and subs under them. Do you see that?
Mhm.
And that was an email you sent, and it was a correct email, right?
Well, this was because I wasn't.
Is there anything incorrect
No,
about that
Mr.
email?
Labby is- I mean, she is trying to put words in his mouth.
I am absolutely
and
not, Madam
object.
Chair. Mr. Burns has cut off his own witness to clarify answers.
Then can you rephrase?
Isn't that a correct email?
Objection. She can't characterize the email and call it a correct email without identifying.
He wrote the
about
email.
Yes, at this point, I was just
No, I
supplying
have one
material.
question, Mr. Wallace. Is that email correct? Yes or no?
Email was correct, yes.
Thank you. I offer that document in evidence.
No objection, but I'm going to ask one other question on direct since it was raised. Could you explain to the members of the panel why this email was raised?
Yes, because originally, I was only supplying material. It got switched later on to labor. They said, we only want to deal with a single point of contact, so we want the whole contract to go for you, through you. So that's when I had gotten back to the point of, I need about bonding and a bond rider.
Tell the members of the panel about securing the bond line in the project.
Objection, Mr.
And they said you're done. Okay. Move on.
further questions?
The witness may, no, you're excused.
Okay.
The witness may be excused, please. Call your next one. Thank you.
I just put this in place, man. Just 1 second. Members of the panel would like to call us to me and testify. Come in. Come up here if you would.
Or just over here or?
No, come over here because it's.
Mr. Meehan, you were sworn in 2 weeks ago and you was going under oath. Just remind you that you were sworn in 2 weeks ago and you're still under oath.
No. Mr. Mead, could you do me a favor and just describe, you got hearing issues while you're trying to be loud. Mr. Mead, could you describe for the members of the panel what your company does and how long you've been in existence?
Fourth generation construction firm. We do road work. We have a division that does mechanical work. We have a utility division. And we have a group that does, like plant maintenance, stuff like that. So we have a lot of different scopes.
And where is the principal business for General Asphalt Paving Company?
We're on Cruztown Road in Northeast Philadelphia.
And how long has the business been at that location?
At that location, I'm not exactly sure. I want to say early 70s at that particular location.
And how long has the General Asphalt Paving Company of Philadelphia been located in Philadelphia?
Its entire existence.
Is it still operated out of Philadelphia?
Yes.
Now, during its operations, does it employ people and individuals?
Yes.
Could you just tell members of the panel what type of employees you employ and how many you employ over the last few years?
We average, we fluctuate in the construction business. You go up and down with this seasons and stuff, but we carry anywhere between 150, 170 employees, most of which are out of the local trade unions. We're 100% union company.
And does GAP have a diverse employee base in Philadelphia?
Yes, we're very diverse.
And could you tell us the members of the panel, particularly the paving contract, the work for the paving contract, is that a diverse?
My paving crew is a very diverse crew. It's been the same crew for years and years.
And in terms of diversity, what is the diversity of that crew?
I'm going to say it's 40% Hispanic, 40% Black, and there's usually 10 to 20% white guys.
Okay. And in terms of your work in the city of Philadelphia, do you pay wages to these employees in the city of Philadelphia?
We pay wages to everybody.
And the wages that you pay, if you have employees who are located in the city of Philadelphia?
Yes, the employees work in Philadelphia. A lot of them are live in Philadelphia. Correct.
Now, you had mentioned something about GAP being the union shop. Would you tell the members of the panel what that means, sir?
A union shop just means we have local labor agreements with all the different trade unions, whether it be the laborers local, the Teamsters, operating engineers, steam fitters, masons, etc.
Would it be fair to characterize your work for laborers, your work as 100% union shop?
100% union shop, yes.
What does that mean, sir?
That means all the actual individual tradesmen are associated or are members of a local trade union in the 5-county area.
And how long has General Asphalt been 100% union shop?
As long as I can remember.
And in terms of the practicalities of it, what does that mean in terms of the labor that's being performed? Are there contracts that you're required to follow?
Labor agreements, yes.
Tell members of the panel about the labor agreements.
Well, I mean, each trade has their own individual tasks they do, and I have agreements with the Labor District Council, which encompasses a bunch of different labor local unions in the area, whether it's utility agreement or heavy highway or building trades. And I have operating engineers, which are the guys that operate the heavy equipment. Teamsters drive all the trucks that are over a certain size. And, you know, you got your cement masons, which do to work with the concrete and concrete finishing.
A recent article in the Philadelphia Inquirer, with regard to this proceeding, identified you as a Republican contractor. Are you a Republican contractor?
I don't know what exactly that means. We're a union contract.
And what does the union contractor do?
Union contractor, like I said, we do all the individual tasks, different types of contracts, whether it be road construction, utility installation, mechanical installation, etc.
So for purposes of example, the plumbing and heating contract that General Asphalt has with the city of Philadelphia, who does the work on this contract?
It would either be the local 690 plumbers or 420 local 420 steam fitters. And of course, Labor District Council, local 57 laborers.
And what about with regard to the paving contract? Who does are there laborers that do the paving contracts?
The laborers do the paving contract or Labor District Council. Most of them, Labor Local 57 out right off Broad Street here. Operating engineers are 542.
As a result of those union contracts, can you explain to the members of the panel how difficult it is to secure or to meet the minority certification requirements?
Say that question again.
Sure. So the fact that you have labor union contracts, does it limit your ability to have minority participation in certain fields?
In certain trades?
Yes.
No,
Does it limit?
not usually.
Not usually. Does it limit the opportunities of minority participation because you have to use labor from the union?
No, most of the labor unions are very diverse.
Now, what about equipment, materials, and subs? In terms of those things, who handles that from a minority participation requirement?
That's a little bit more difficult.
Tell the members of the panel why that's more difficult.
I'll just have to pick a particular type of work. Let's just say it's a paving contract. Paving contract, well, just about any kind of contract form requires labor, equipment, materials, and subcontractors. Right? The labor's the labor. That's my union workforce. The equipment's all the same equipment, whether it be pavers or rollers, et cetera, generalized. The subcontractors are usually your trucking outfits. You can get diversity through your subcontractors. There are minority and WBE trucking companies. Not a lot, but there are some. So you can get diversity through there. Your materials, which is 90% of your job on a paving contract, there's no diversity there. There are no minority asphalt plants or asphalt suppliers. So that one there, it's very difficult to have participation.
And in the context of Mr. Wallace, how are you familiar with Mr. Wallace?
George has been working with General Asphalt for years.
And what has he done what work has he performed for General Asphalt?
For General, he worked in our mechanical division under the air conditioning and heating and plumbing, and he was in charge of dispatching the men to do individual tasks and projects.
Did he come up to you and have an idea for another type of work for minority business?
Yes.
Tell the members of the panel about that deal.
He'd come up and ask to have a conversation about starting a business. A business that he actually started, he wants to partner up with me and my brother with this Empire Supplies and Services to basically perform, being able to purchase and supply equipment and material through his company to eventually be able to become a minority business entity and help people achieve their diversity goals.
And there was we've already gone through it, but there was a percentage of ownership that was given to you and your brother at 24.5% or a total of 49%. Could you explain to the members of the panel who did that?
That's what George presented to us. That's his proposal.
And why did George present that to you?
That's a question for George.
And what was your understanding of what your role was as Austin Mead and Joe Mead in terms of the Empire business?
Our role was basically for any kind of support that he thought we could give him.
And when you mean support, what do you mean by that?
Experience, but help with credit, bonding, insurance, et cetera.
Would you tell the members of the panel what role that Austin Mead and Joe Mead played in the development of that project?
Basically advisors.
Did you get involved in the day-to-day operations of Empire?
No,
Were you involved in the day-to-day management of Empire?
no, he would ask opinions, but not, I wasn't involved in, I didn't make the decisions.
And with regard to projects, did you scout any projects for Mr. Wallace?
No,
Did Mr. Wallace bring projects to you guys?
yes,
Was there ever a time that you turned down a project from Mr. Wallace?
I didn't do the turning down. He might ask me my opinion on what I thought about doing work for this entity or that entity. And I would render an opinion on whether, like, I don't know why you wouldn't work with them, or I would say, they could be a challenge to work with, that group. So I would give my opinion on past experience I've had with who I worked with and who I haven't worked with and who I would prefer to work with.
Now, if Empire received a contract, what role would you or Joseph Mead play in terms of the performance of that contract?
None.
Now, did you have an Empire credit card?
I did,
Did you ever use it?
just threatened.
Did you ever have an Empire email account?
No,
Did you ever have an Empire phone number?
no,
Did you ever have an Empire computer?
no,
Did you ever sign any checks besides 2 for Empire?
just those two.
So you and Joe Mead relied upon Mr. Wallace to create, develop, and build Empire, correct?
Correct.
Now, one of the questions that came up and the issue that was up was that Mr. Wallace was retained as an employee of General Asphalt. Could you explain to the members of the panel why that arrangement was made?
Yeah, it made sense because, we weren't sure where the business was going, where Marv was going to take it. And so while George was putting all this together, he's still going to need to feed his family. And he was still performing the tasks he had to do for General Asphalt without having an issue while he was also starting to build Empire. So he still did his job. So why wouldn't I pay him?
Now, were there times where Empire came to you, for example, with a bonding issue or a credit issue?
Yes.
Tell the members of the panel about that.
Well, a lot of outfits, they start you off with a very short credit list. All right, and I'm talking about the asphalt suppliers. If I wanted to use them to supply aggregate, sand, or stone for pipe jobs, the quarries. There's no diverse quarries, right? There's no opportunity to get participation through a quarry or a sand pit. So using George to buy materials from these suppliers, he's going to have lines of credit with everybody. And when they start you off with a line of credit, it might be $10,000 or $20,000. Well, one truckload of asphalt probably costs about $1,200. So when you do a paving job, if you're on just round numbers, if you got a large paving job, you might do 1,000 tons a day, which is 100 truckloads. So he'd be out of credit before coffee break. So without somebody helping him back that line of credit at the quarry or at the asphalt plant or a concrete plant, he wasn't going to be able to supply the materials to do the job that we were trying to perform.
And what about bonding? Could you tell how the practical aspects of business help with the Empire and bonding? Yeah.
Bonding is tough to get for a new contractor, whether it's, it doesn't matter what kind of contractor, it's diverse or not. Bonding is something you need. Like 3 years of income tax returns, you need, there's a whole laundry list of financials. There's a whole laundry list of things that the bonding companies require. In order to provide the first bond, and only bond you up to a certain amount.
And would the Meehan brothers facilitate that bonding for Empire?
We were able to help that situation because we were able to help back the bonds.
And what do you mean by help back the bonds?
Well, when we dealt with the bonding company, they were asking for references, what's going on here, Ross, and you know, it's kind of tough to give this guy a bond. It's, look, I'm with him on this. We're together on this project. So, issued a bond, and I'm telling you, General's going to be working with him, and General will make sure the work gets done.
Okay.
And so we sort of backed him.
And there was an anchor tenant word that was used by Mr. Wallace. What is an anchor tenant? Do you have an understanding of that?
An anchor tenant. I guess General Asphalt was the anchor tenant. We're doing as much business with Empire as we possibly can, and we're running jobs using Empire to try and build the business up. So I guess that's what you would call the anchor.
And did that help you build the business up at Empire?
It helped George build the business up at Empire.
And did that prevent Mr. Wallace to do other projects outside of General Asphalt?
Absolutely not. He came to the table with different projects with these different groups, these energy groups, the stormwater group. So George was out beating the streets, you know, pulling in work for Empire, not me.
And in terms of that, the General Asphalt work, did that provide the foundation for Mr. Wallace to have the credit, the bonding, the insurance, the credibility to go get bigger jobs and other jobs?
We certainly were a factor, yes.
Was it General Asphalt a pass-through entity for Empire?
No,
Was General Asphalt a front company for Empire? Or was Empire a front company for General Asphalt?
no,
Was there an established guideline with regard to the corporate status? In other words, were there corporate articles that were filed?
yes,
And were the operations with regard to Empire, were you involved in the financial aspects of the Empire?
no,
Were you responsible for any of the work performance of any contracts for Empire?
no.
What about emails? Did you have a lot of emails with Empire?
I didn't know.
Why not?
I didn't need to. You know, George would just give me an update once in a while about what's going on, ask me opinion on something.
Now, let's talk about the issues that we have right now. The equipment rentals. We talked about equipment rentals, and we've only identified what are 7 backhoe rentals or 8 backhoe rentals that are issued. How many rentals did Empire have using GAP on the city water, city heating, plumbing and heating contract?
I don't know.
Lots?
I don't know.
You don't know. And in terms of the backhoe rentals, how much do you know about that?
I don't know very much about that at all. I wasn't involved in day-to-day rentals with the mechanical division.
Why not?
It didn't need to be.
Why not?
There was other people handling that.
Was George handling that
George was handling it, yes.
for Empire? And in terms of the work that was being done, the 2 instances of work that were being done by Empire on the plumbing and heating contract, actually, do you have knowledge of those 2 jobs?
No,
Who has knowledge of those jobs?
George.
Now, let's talk about the Moss and Distant Playground. What role did you play in, if any, in Moss and Distant Playground?
We were a subcontractor to Empire.
And in terms of that work, what work did you do when evaluating the contract?
Me personally,
Yes.
I just review bids from my different managers. Like the paving guy would have put paving numbers to that job and sat down with me. So this is what we got. So much time to get in to do the job, how much material, okay? All right, looks good. I agree with your numbers, so send them on.
And outside of identifying the numbers, did you have any involvement in overseeing or implementing the Moss and Distant Playground projects?
No,
Who handled that?
for General Asphalt,
Yes,
that would be Eddie Powell's, and Eddie Powell's my paving superintendent, was my paving superintendent, and Mike DiDonato was his assistant.
was Mike DiDonato an employee of General Asphalt?
Yes,
Now, we'd heard testimony about Mike DiDonato, at least suggesting that Mike DiDonato said he was with Empire. Was he ever with Empire?
no, Mike DiDonato was 30 years with a city agency, and when he retired, he came and he was looking for a job. He said he did a lot of estimating work for the city, for a city agency, and so we put him to work trying to learn how to do paving estimating. So he was working with the paving superintendent, Eddie Powell's, and he was learning to be a paving estimator.
Did you have any knowledge with regard to the meeting that occurred on November 22nd, 2019? With regard to the Moss?
No,
No.
no.
Um, There was an allegation that was raised with regard to what was quoted as circular billing, so I want to go back to this a little bit. When Empire was started, was there a loan from General Asphalt to Mr. Wallace and Empire?
Yes,
Tell the members of the panel about
basically, in order to get started in the rentals, we went out and General purchased a different plumbing equipment. And when the idea of Empire came to us, we talked about Empire could go into the equipment rental business. I said, well, look, let's take this equipment, put it under Empire, give it to George, and George can use that as rental equipment and pay us back as he goes.
that. Was there
So
a
basically a no interest loan.
and was there a handshake deal on that?
Yes,
And was that what Mr. Wallace did pay you back?
yes,
And did Mr. Wallace also purchase equipment during the course of his empire?
yes,
And did you control any of his purchase of equipment like backhoes and things
no,
and excavators?
I didn't control him, no.
Did you have any say in the purchase of that equipment?
Not particularly.
And as the business built, he needed more equipment, so we bought more equipment, correct?
Yeah, I would, you know, if anything, I would say, you know, if you gotta wanna grab another backhoe, I could use it. I'll rent it. You know, if you wanna grab this piece or that piece, I'll rent it from you, cause I could use that piece. So that's, you know, if anything, that's what I did.
There was a suggestion that there was an $800,000 credit or overpayment to General Asphalt during the 3 years. Did General Asphalt ever get an overpayment from Empire?
I'm not aware of any of that. I don't think there was ever an overpayment to General Asphalt.
There was a mention about the Noresco deal in terms of the Noresco work. Did General Asphalt lose money on the Noresco contract?
Yes,
How much did it lose?
round number $600,000.
And did General Asphalt ask Empire for that money?
Did we ask Empire
Yeah.
for it? No.
No. Outside of the plumbing and heating contract and the Moss and Distant contracts, how many other contracts does GAP have with the city of Philadelphia?
Outside Moss and Distance, I didn't have them contracts with the city. They were with the Empire, who was working for D'Angelo.
And
As
outside,
far as the city, we had a couple different contracts with the city, you know, with the plumbing and heating, and there was a couple different agencies. The mechanical guys had, you know, public property, or, you know, over the years, they had different contracts, but
and the only contract that's at issue here is the plumbing and heating contract, correct?
yes,
What was the minority participation requirements for the plumbing and heating contract?
I don't know. You guys are talking about it 10 to 15 or something.
And in terms of meeting those minority participation requirements, does General Asphalt use other minority providers as opposed besides Empire?
Yes,
Tell the members of the panel about that.
on the plumbing and heating, we used two other suppliers. Called, one was Labov, and I'll circle back. The name will pop in my head. I'll get that. It's one other plumbing contract. Lorber, J. Lorber.
And in terms of the work that you were using for the suppliers, they were suppliers only, is that correct?
Say that again?
They were suppliers only, is that correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you're only using minority participation for purposes of supplier and equipment and plumbing and heating contracts?
Well, plumbing and heating contract is basically the city calls and said, we have an issue with the plumbing over here. So you send usually one guy. So one guy, he's in your service truck and he goes and he looks at the problem. There's no opportunity for labor. The only opportunity is basically you're not normally buying, you're buying equipment material or renting equipment to drain cleaning equipment. That's it. There's not usually work that's subbed out. Sometimes there is, but very rare. So that's your opportunity to have participation.
And did you take advantage of that opportunity to have participation?
Yes,
Why?
besides it being a city requirement,
Yes.
because we were trying to build, help George build empire. So we're trying to run business, give business to George.
Thank you. No further questions.
I have just some.
We need to take.
Just one second. Is it possible to take a bathroom break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a bathroom break?
Yes.
Thanks.
I'm not gonna talk to Mr. Wallace. I mean, Mr. Meehan, so we're all clear about it. The record is clear.
Thank you.
It's okay. Mr. Mayhem, you're excused.
I'm done.
You're done.
Thank you.
We want to tell you what all we need. Mr. Burns, you ready?
I'm did for closing arguments, absolutely. You start with the city or me? Okay, take it from there. Thank you. Members of the panel, thank you for your time. And I appreciate your attention. I appreciate the opportunity to present the defense of both General Asphalt and now Empire, since Mr. McDermott is not here. There has been no fraud. There's been no intentional violation of any city contract. And there's been no bad conduct that's sufficient to warrant the action that's being requested. That is the debarment of General Asphalt and Empire. Instead, what we're dealing with, members of the panel, is contractual disputes. Two different perspectives on the facts, two different interpretations on the facts, two different interpretations of the contract, and gray areas in contracts. Because as you know, practically speaking, there's no contract that controls everything that's going to happen. There's no contract that controls everything that's going to transpire. And every day, contractors, and every day, any person deals with the hurdles that are put in front of them, right? And your job is to get that hurdle done. And here, we've got contract issues. We don't have fraud issues. We don't have violation of contract issues. We've got questions of interpretation. I think it's been admitted, and I believe it's acknowledged. Empire is not a pass-through or a front to enrich GAP at the expense or because GAP wanted to take advantage of its minority participation requirements. That's been conceded by the city, and I think it's proven by Mr. Wallace's own testimony. Mr. Wallace's testimony was clear, it was credible, it was believable, and it was extensive. He sat here, and the reason he sat here for a long period of time was because he needed to explain the origin of Empire. He needed to explain what work he had done that permitted him to be the person that created, developed, and was going to move forward to build Empire as a minority business. In addition, he told you the time, all the work that is undertaken. He's handled the finances, he's handled the payment of checks, he's handled the credit card, he's been out on the streets getting work. If he gets work, he does the work. It's a credit to George Wallace that Empire has been so successful. And the reason it was successful is the reason why most, and we know that 8 out of 10 minority businesses fail in the first 18 months. The reason it was successful is because he chose the partners that he wanted to partner with, because they could give him the support that he needed, that he didn't have in the past, to make a successful minority business. He chose Austin and Joseph Mead. And Mr. Wallace chose that relationship. He chose to have the percentages. As he explained to them, he would rather have that so he could do bigger projects than to suffer by himself and not do anything. George is an experienced and hardworking contractor, right? He knew he needed that anchor tenant. He needed that mentor. He needed that person that would overcome the financial, the bonding, the insurance, and the other hurdles that it made it difficult for a new minority business to start. I think it's very poignant that Mr. Wallace said something that I think is important here. Mr. Wallace went to get financing to try to start Empire Supply and Services as a separate independent company. But when he went to get the financing, they said to him, hey, we also want your mortgage and we want your wife to sign the mortgage. That's a difficult thing, ladies and gentlemen. That's a difficult thing. And so he needed that anchor tenant, and he knew he needed that anchor tenant. And he chose correctly in Austin and Joseph Mead, who provided the support. There's no dispute that on the day-to-day operations, the day-to-day management, the handling of finances, the handling now of insurance, the handling of bonding, it's all George Wallace. Mr. Mead himself told you that when he was limited testimony about what he does or doesn't do. Sure, Mr. Wallace writes emails like we saw from the city. He does write emails trying to tell them what's going on. But he makes all the decisions. He makes the decisions on finances. He makes the decision on bids. He makes the decision on how to do those contracts. The disturbing part about the interviews are the fact that the interviewers tried to claim that the Means were essentially stealing money from Mr. Wallace. And even Mr. Wallace didn't believe that. And the documents don't show that. Why am I harping on that? Because I think what's wrong with the investigation here is the assumption that just because George Wallace, an African-American man, works for GAP, doesn't have the facilities, doesn't have the skill, doesn't have the experience, doesn't have the connections, doesn't have the network, doesn't have the ability to do that work. That's false. That's a false premise. But that false premise is what put us in this courtroom or this hearing room today. I think we need to come over that. I think we need to get over that. And I think finally the city has gotten over that. 99% of the work is done by George after formation. It was properly formatted as a corporation. It exists as a corporation. It pays its taxes. It does its finances, and it's been moving forward. You know, I like to use what I call a playbook analogy. I hate to always use sports, but what happened here is there's playbooks, right? And as George testified, there are many ways to come from City Hall down to the stadium or from the Art Museum to the stadium, right? There's different routes. When you're setting up a minority business, there are different playbooks, right? How do we set this up? What is an anchor tenant? How does this work? In this case, nobody challenges the playbook, okay? There's no challenging the playbook and that George is in control of Empire. So instead of addressing that issue, and instead of just kind of using these generic words of pass-through and fronts, the city in the hearing basically wanted to point to 4 plays. And before I talk about those 4 plays in that playbook, I want to mention one other thing. You know, no business is perfect. No person is perfect. The city system is not perfect. You heard from Mr. Demori that when the initial loss and distant contracts were entered into, the OEO hadn't even facilitated the evaluations that were needed to assess the minority participation, right? Nothing's perfect. And in terms of not being perfect, it's not easy being a minority business. There's no set recipe. There's no set path. There's no specific guidelines or rules. And like life, it's a struggle. Every day presents new challenges. So here we have 2 companies, GAP and Empire, trying to facilitate development of Empire. We all know that you can't walk into the world as a minority business and automatically secure contracts or automatically secure bonds or automatically secure the things, credit, that are important to do business. So what do we do? What we do in this context is we try things. And as Austin Mead said, there's very limited ability that he has in General Asphalt, or any contractor has, with regarding promotion of minority business opportunities. He's a union contractor, 100% union contractor. The labor has to be provided pursuant to his union contracts, right? So that gives him supplies and materials and equipment. In the context of the equipment, let's talk about the equipment, then we'll go to Moss and Distance. So the argument that the city makes on the rental of equipment is because there's no documentation that is presented that Empire owned backhoes or rented backhoes, they were using General Asphalt backhoes, and therefore there was a pass-through. And remember, as George said, there was tons of equipment rentals. As you saw, there was equipment rentals for other things like drainers and things like that. The city had no problem with any of those issues. All of a sudden, in the context of this investigation, 4 backhoes became an issue. And then Mr. Wallace came up and he talked, because in the interviews, nobody asked questions about backhoes. When they followed up, nobody asked questions about the backhoes. Nobody asked to explain the backhoes. Nobody said, hey, you're listing these as backhoes. Why don't you show us how your system works? But members of the panel knew the way the system works, because everything is now computerized, just like the M2 Go is computerized, or the city system is computerized. And when you look at that, and you take into consideration what Mr. Wallace said, what you're going to find out is, first of all, in its own exhibit number 7, the city confirmed that Empire did not become a minority contractor until January 30th of 2018. On that exhibit, then we have documents that show the minority report and how they got on the minority report for work before 1/30/2018 or in 2017. Whether it got on the minority report or not, it's irrelevant in this context because they were not a certified contractor, Empire, at that point in time. So we're left with 2019, he had his backhoe, as he testified to. So what are we left with? We're left with 3 backhoe rentals in a time frame of 2018. And I could get you the dates, but I forget them right now. And those 3 backhoe rentals, Mr. Wallace was able to look at those invoices. He was able to explain those invoices, and he was able to tell you which ones required an excavator. Nobody's perfect. He doesn't recall whether it required it. Some of them required a backhoe, but the bottom line was he had a process in place. He had a process with Norris Sales, and he would go to Norris Sales for backhoes. So the whole idea that these backhoes, out of thousands of rentals, are an issue in considered front company. First of all, it's out of perspective and it's out of context. Number 2, Mr. Wallace did a solid job of explaining to you why the assumptions, the guesses, the belief that they wanted to have so they could reach a conclusion was erroneous. That's our equipment rentals. We look at this whole thing, and I think we came up with a number of about $2,600 or $2,700 in total on the backhoe rentals for 2018, which is the generic period. Now, the second component to this is the labor not performed by Empire. Before I go on, before I go on to that, I do want to mention one other thing on the equipment. Nobody has shown to you any part of the contract or any city rule or regulation that prohibits those equipment rentals. Nobody has said to you that those equipment rentals violate anything except for the question of were they really done by a minority? And the answer is yes, they were handled by a minority, and that's what Mr. Wallace testified to. Now, back to the labor. We've got 2 pieces of a labor contract that General Asphalt has handled for years where Empire went in and did work, okay? One, you heard Mr. Wallace's testimony pretty clearly. That was one of the firehouses that he went in and he did a drain clean. Mr. Wallace handled it himself. He met the people from the city of Philadelphia there, and he told you that it didn't require a certified master plumber. And then he checked on that and made sure it didn't require a certified master plumber because it didn't go past the external outlet into the city. It was internal, so he could handle that work, which he did. And by the way, that work, if you read it, is relatively simple. He took a snake, he put it in, and he cleaned out a drain internal. That's what happened in the context. The second one's a little bit more complicated, but because it did involve labor, and it didn't involve labor by Mr. Wallace, which he admitted to. But he had subcontracted out to Best Buy to handle some of the work and testified that there was a plumber there that was present who was subcontracted. There's even proof that he paid Best Buy. There's no prohibition in the contract that that a minority supplier can't hire another subcontractor to perform the labor work. The bottom line here is that the city wants to classify this as being labor work. And because George isn't a certified master plumber, he can't do that work and it's a violation of the city contract. I ask you, did they point to a single provision in the city contract that says that? They did not. In fact, the only thing they relied upon is they talked to one member of the city department and asked him, he said, well, that requires a certified master plumber. Did they follow up on that? Did they check that out? Did they do that like Mr. Wallace did when he said he talked to individuals and they said it wasn't required? So you've got two issues that, if you look at it, there's a total of 5 issues over a course of 3 years. And the value of those are less than $10,000, less than $10,000. And again, as I said before, those issues are issues with regard to the interpretation of the contract, right? Is this equipment supplied and is it the right way it should be supplied? Is this a labor and is this a labor performance? And here's the kicker. The city wants to import this commercially useful function into that contract, but it doesn't require that. Okay, which takes us to our next step, which is the moss and distant playground. And the testimony here is pretty clear and pretty bad for the city of Philadelphia. You guys saw it with your own eyes. The moss and distant playground contracts were between D'Angelo Brothers and Empire. And the moss contract, I get them mixed up. So one of the contracts did not have any minority certification requirements. The second contract did have an attachment 1 with minority certification requirements. And that contract required only best efforts. It did not include any commercially useful function, whether it was the supply of labor or was it the supply of materials. Again, Empire did not have a contract with the city of Philadelphia. So what does that come down to? So we're stuck when that recognition is made by the city, which I think was just before this hearing or at this hearing, when that's recognition is made by the city that the Empire contract didn't contain the minority participation requirements that were anticipated. The city turned to, well, oh, by the way, you can't subcontract this agreement out. Practically speaking, you and I know that that is a standard form of a contract. But when it comes to the interpretation and enforcement of that contract, it's non-existent. And it was non-existent in this case. And the reason it was non-existent in this case is very simple. Because they knew that GAP was doing the work. I don't know how you can sit here and say an email that was sent directly from D'Angelo Brothers in August of 2019, before the work even began, directly to GAP, that Empire wasn't aware that GAP was going to do the work. I think maybe you got to question what D'Angelo's testimony was to the interviewers and whose butt they were trying to save at that point in time. The second kicker in something like that is to suggest that, oh, I just thought when I saw GAP trucks on site that that was the big issue. I mean, that makes no sense at all either. And the third issue that supports the fact that D'Angelo knew about the subcontract, agreed to the subcontract, and even though it was in writing, the third issue is the bigger kicker. Under the contract, there's a provision that requires D'Angelo to give notice to Empire if there's an issue. There was an issue that arose with a small part of the paving where there was water that was pooling. D'Angelo Brothers didn't contact George Wallace or Empire. They contacted GAP to come out and handle it. And as Mr. Wallace explained to you, when he went out to handle it, he got notice that day. He asked them why they hadn't communicated with him. He went, he checked on it, and then he did the work that was required to get the payment. So the whole idea that D'Angelo Brothers wasn't familiar with that contract or the subcontract, it doesn't make sense, practically or realistically. The other thing is, Empire never asked for credit, right? It was D'Angelo Brothers that was asking for credit. And D'Angelo Brothers, we don't know whether they asked for credit or not. But as Mr. Wallace said to you, the way this contract was managed was not typical with the way contracts are usually managed. The information that's usually shared between the subcontractor and the contractor, the notification, the signing up for the minority business participation, all that type of stuff was not done by D'Angelo Brothers. So what's happening here is the city is trying to hold General Asphalt and Empire accountable for contract mismanagement by D'Angelo Brothers. There's no legitimate basis to do that from a legal perspective or from a factual perspective in this case. The Moss and the Distant contracts, they were performed, and they were performed consistent with the requirements of the contract. It was executed, signed, and agreed to by D'Angelo Brothers and Empire. And that minority participation requirement of a diverse workforce, it was met, and it's uncontradicted that the workforce that was used was a minority workforce for the paving crew from Gap. One of the other things I just need to raise is this false narrative that they want to create about, well, we know that Mr. Wallace didn't know about the Moss and Distant playgrounds because when we interviewed him, he needed to look at his phone. And as Mr. Wallace testified to you, he has a memory that's based upon knowing locations and information, and that triggers his memory, not an address. And so it was entirely appropriate for him to work on his phone. And the idea that he was that he was looking at his phone because he had no involvement in those contracts, again, that's just made up. And it's made up because they want to get you to a result and they want to reach a result. This panel, and I'll hit quickly on the fourth point, and I think that this is not improved. The fourth point they want to raise is this circular billing arrangement, and they have two components to that. The first component is this $800,000 that they can't explain. Well, you saw checks in 2019 for money going to General Asphalt. And the reason the money was going to General Asphalt is because that was work for the Noresco project. And that Noresco project work was funded by them and then eventually paid to George Wallace. And they lost money on that contract, as they told you. The other issue is that they had presented a check where it showed, and you saw the check with George's handwriting on the side, where basically he was repaying on the loan. But they don't want to accept that. They don't want to accept that as being a repayment on the loan, even though it's clear as day, and George testified to it, and he told him about that issue and about the rental of equipment. Now, this panel is extremely important. It serves as the impartial and independent, presumably independent, entity that's going to test and balance the facts and the law and the contracts. And on one hand, you've got what I believe is a suspect investigation that had a very limited, narrow perspective because they wanted to reach one result. That investigation did not do the in-depth requirements. They didn't bring Mr. Wallace back. They didn't ask for any further documentations that were specific. Why? Because they wanted to reach a conclusion because they needed to put a badge on their sleeves. And you guys need to pair that motive, that bias, that intent with what you heard in this courtroom and a lot of the documents that you saw. And when you do that, what I think you'll discover is, as I said before, Mr. Wallace was credible. Mr. Meehan was credible. This was not a front. This was not a pass-through. This was an effort to develop, build, and create George's idea of a minority business. And that was a successful, and it continues to be a successful minority business. So when it comes to creating a successful minority business, and then we've got these four plays that we've talked about. Let's talk about contracts, right? Let's talk about the participation requirements in the contract. Let's talk about the fact that the contract for plumbing and heating didn't have any commercially useful function requirement, but that seemed to be what the city wanted to impart with regard to labor. With regard to the city contract, there was no provision with regard to equipment rentals. That was a creation of, hey, let's try and claim that General Asphalt owned these backhoes so we can say that they're fraudulently trying to bill for minority participation. We heard the results of that. That's all a facade. It's not the facts. You heard the facts today from Mr. Wallace. Now let's get to the Moss and Distant contracts because that's clearly admitted. There's been no violation of those contracts, and there was no commercially useful function requirement under those contracts because our contract didn't contain that. It contained certain information that was in. Listen, if there was an error, there was a mistake. If, for example, the city contract required George to do labor himself personally as a commercially useful function, for example, when we're talking about that work that was done. Or if we're talking about the fact that a rental was a general asphalt, or there was a mistake and it was actually a general asphalt. Okay, mistakes are made. Nobody is perfect. Mistakes are made, errors are made in entry of databases. Errors are made when it comes to entering things in invoices. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that are errors that may be mistakes. But are errors and mistakes like we've seen in this instance, are they sufficient in a gray area of contracts, in a non-specific area of contracts? Are they sufficient for the remedy that's requested here? The remedy of seeking the complete disbarment of these two contractors, this individual whose family has been a contractor in Philadelphia, who hires a diverse workforce, who does work for the city of Philadelphia and other individuals, over 7 pieces of paper, maybe mistakes, over a contract where the contract didn't require any commercially useful function that Empire had, not Gap, with D'Angelo Brothers? I don't think so. So what I'm talking to you about is, I don't think that this is a debarment hearing. I don't think that any of the issues that have been raised rise to the level of any type of a sanctionable conduct, nor do they rise of any criminal conduct, nor do they rise of any bad conduct. There's a difference of opinion about the billing. There's a difference of opinion that if you came to us and said, hey, listen, we have a question on this contract, let's think about it. I'm sure we would have said, okay, listen, let's move on. We'll decide this, we'll figure it out, we'll get it done. But instead of doing that, what we have is an extreme remedy, because there's a desire here, there's a motivation here to take care of these two individuals and make sure that this Republican contractor, as the paper said, and you know that, as the paper said, is exposed. And there's no exposing to be done. If you look at the paper that we gave to you, from day one, Empire, George Wallace, Austin Meehan, and Joseph Meehan have been transparent about who were the partners in that company, about the work that they were doing. Could they have done a better job with some of their documentation? Everybody can, right? Everybody can. Could they have been a little better job in terms of documenting certain things and confirming things? Absolutely. So could the city. So could I. So could everybody. But are you going to hold them accountable and debar them for those little mistakes, those potential errors, those concerns? I don't think so. So from my perspective, and looking at this as in general, and looking at giving it context and giving it the full perspective that it has, and thinking about the practical aspects of working in a day-to-day basis, of doing the work, of completing the work, and fulfilling the minority participation requirements, which, by the way, was the goal here. The goal here was to try to help to follow minority participation requirements. We're not going to get the death penalty here, and we shouldn't get the death penalty here. But if the panel says, hey, listen, you know what, maybe next time, or maybe now, you need to do a little better job with your documentation, you maybe need to do a little bit of a record keeping, I think that's a rational and that's a reasonable response to this. But to put a death knell to a company for 3 years or even less than that and not let them do any city business over the issues that have been raised here, when we've established this not a front company, when we established this not a pass-through company, and we've only got maybe 7 issues with the contract over a number of years, and we've got this loss and distant issue, which is a contractual issue, that's unfair. It's inappropriate. And it goes to the motivation here that somebody's trying to take down these guys, as opposed to deal fairly with them and appropriately. And that's why we have this panel. And we're hoping that the panel recognizes and appreciates, and it evaluates the credibility, and it sees what was going on here, not what is trying to be created in order to cut the business of 2 important parts of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Michael McDermott. Can you hear me?
No.
Good afternoon, Mr. McDermott.
Members of the panel, I wanted to let you know that I have been following the hearing via Zoom. There was never a break where I could jump up and get over there before it was going to restart. But as far as a closing argument, I'll join in to Mr. Burns' closing argument. And otherwise, it'll be a lot of repeating of the same things. So I will not take up the panel's time with that, and I'll simply join in with Mr. Burns. Thank you.
Thank you, panel members. I know it's been a long hearing and we appreciate your attention throughout. I want to start because I think that there's been some misconception here about what the procurement department is actually alleging here. There's this straw man that there was a biased investigation that's claiming Gap and Empire, that one's a front for the other, that they're stealing from one another, that all they do is commit fraud. But what we actually presented, what you actually heard on the first day of today's hearing, was specific instances where Gap and Empire lied to the city and helped other businesses defraud the city and defeated the purpose of the city's anti-discrimination policy that exists to remedy the effects of past discrimination. They deprived other worthy firms in this city of that business that would have allowed those firms to build up through legitimate business, through the participation as MBEs in the city's construction contracts. So I want to actually go back to the first day of the hearing and go over what we actually heard, what the actual violations that Gap and Empire are accused of here. And I just want to be clear, this is a civil administrative hearing. This isn't a criminal proceeding. The burden of proof here is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a preponderance of the evidence. So the panel needs to think about what it heard, weigh the witness's credibility, and decide whose story made more sense. So let's start with rebuild. We heard from senior investigator Chris Moore from the Inspector General's office, and he told you about two contracts, really multiple contracts, but two projects with the city's highly publicized rebuild initiative for the Moss and Diston playground projects back in 2019. You heard that those contracts were awarded to D'Angelo Brothers, and that D'Angelo then subcontracted a portion of that work to Empire. Empire then, we heard, I don't think it's disputed here, subcontracted all of the labor that it had gotten from D'Angelo to Gap. It's not a dispute here that Empire didn't actually bill any of the bills that Empire sent to D'Angelo. Wasn't for Empire's own labor, because Empire doesn't do labor. At most, it provides supplies, but all of the labor is done by Gap. Now, there was a lot of discussion about what's in the contract, right? And we focused a lot on the subcontract between D'Angelo on the one hand and Empire on the other, right? But the contract that I want the panel to focus on is the city's contract, Rebuild's contract with D'Angelo. Now, I think what the story we're supposed to believe here is that D'Angelo Brothers, the prime contractor, won the bid for these rebuild projects, these high-profile projects, that there was time pressure to get the projects going. And so what it did was it went to a barely 2-year-old company to subcontract out paving work, even though that company has no labor, rather than going about actually finding those services itself. And that it did that for no reason, really. We didn't hear why D'Angelo we didn't hear why, at least from Empire, why Empire was selected for those contracts. But Mr. Demore explained why, because he spoke to the folks at D'Angelo. And they explained very forthrightly that they went to Empire because they had an MBE requirement to fulfill. They had to make good faith efforts to use MBE labor for part of the work that they had contracted to do. And that's why they went to Empire, because Empire was listed in the city's OEO database. Empire didn't provide any other reason why this contractual arrangement arose. And so Empire subcontracted the work to Gap. Gap did all of the actual labor on the project, billed virtually the entire contract amount to Empire, which then passed it on to D'Angelo, which allowed D'Angelo to claim MBE credit. Now, we're not here to say that Gap or Empire told D'Angelo, hey, go and lie to the city. We all know that, you know, this is not really being done by Empire, because they didn't need to. They knew that because the reason Empire had been hired in the first place was for MBE labor, that it was impermissible for Gap to be doing that, and Empire then allowed D'Angelo to claim that credit. And we know they were aware of that because when issues came up, when there were questions asked about, well, is Empire actually doing this work? The Urban Affairs Coalition had to investigate, and they reached out to Empire to see what work they actually did. And in response, Empire provided an invoice saying that it had done the work. Except that wasn't the actual final tally. It only provided a portion of that, because we saw a second invoice provided that actually they subcontracted the full amount to Gap. So I think when you go back and look at the notes of testimony here, it's not really credible to say that, oh, Gap and Empire had no idea what was going on here, that they just happened to walk into the situation and D'Angelo somehow took advantage of them, right? D'Angelo hired Empire because it needed to meet an MBE requirement. I don't think there's any dispute about that fact either, right? I mean, otherwise, why was the Urban Affairs Coalition involved in the first place, right? And Empire said that it did the work and allowed D'Angelo to claim the credit. That's enough under the city's debarment policy, but I'll come back to that. Because I want to then turn to the other specific instances on Gap's contract with the city that we talked about. You heard from senior investigator Christina Crosby that Gap repeatedly sought MBE credit for work that it claimed Empire had done, that it sought MBE credit for supplies and equipment Empire claimed to provide. And you also heard that in certain instances, Empire actually reimbursed Gap for some of the bills that Gap claimed MBE credit for. So let's start with the supplies, because I think that's what we primarily focused on here. It's the issue of the backhoes, right? And I want to be clear. I mean, you know, there was a lot of equipment. We didn't actually hear proof. We heard that Empire has some equipment, but there was no actual testimony or evidence linking the fact that they may have had some equipment to them actually providing it as part of these invoices. And maybe that's because the city focused on the backhoes, because those were the most egregious examples here, because Empire didn't own any backhoes and it had absolutely no documentation for having ever rented them. Conveniently, it had documentation for other rental agreements, other agreements with Norris Sales. It listed an excavator, but they had nothing to show for backhoes whatsoever, except for one email showing that they bought and sold one backhoe in 2018 in the same month, well after they'd already been allegedly sending backhoes to Gap. I heard my colleague claim that Empire never sought MBE credit for these backhoes. But I want to take you back to the first day when Ms. Crosby testified. She explained how the B2G Now system works. A prime contractor goes into the system. This is the OEO system. It exists for the purpose of certifying MBE credit. So if you're going into the system, that's what you're doing it for, right? So the only way invoices get into the system is if the prime contractor, Gap, goes in, enters the amount, says, I have an MBE, they did this work, I paid them for it, please count this amount towards my MBE participation goals. And that's what you saw. You saw report after report after report showing that Gap claimed MBE credit for these invoices. And that Empire then had to go into the system and verify that, yes, it had, in fact, received those payments, certifying the full amount, that they had done all of the labor or the supplies provided there were done by Empire. I don't think it was credible to say that Empire just was randomly telling people, yes, I got paid for this, without asking who they were or why they were asking about Empire's contracts or the work that it was doing in either random phone calls or emails. On the backhoes and excavators specifically, I think it was interesting. We heard from Mr. Wallace that certain of the backhoes were actually excavators. And then we saw an email showing actually, you know, it was perfectly reasonable for Mr. Wallace to list excavators on his invoices. And he just apparently didn't. Or is the more reasonable explanation that they were backhoes to begin with, and that they were backhoes that Gap had and was using, and for whatever reason, for the MBE credit was going through Empire. On the labor front, we also talked about the plumbing work. And I want to be clear here, because we heard about a couple of different projects, but the city focused on one in particular, and that's the work that required a master plumber to be involved. You heard from Ms. Crosby that she asked Empire for documentation of how Empire had done the work, and Empire had no documentation at all. Today, we heard, I think, a claim that there was a check written to a subcontractor, Best Buy Plumbing, some months later, supposedly for this work. No invoice, of course, no certified payrolls for Best Buy Plumbing showing that they had actually done the work. All we have is Mr. Wallace to say, oh, so Mr. Wallace, who was repeatedly contradicting himself between direct and cross-examination. And then circular billing, and I here, when the panel recesses to consider, I invite you to go back and look very carefully about the testimony in the pages referenced, because the city in reference the appendix in the investigation report here, and that appendix has tables that list specific checks from Gap to Empire and invoices from Empire to Gap. And those checks have invoice numbers written on the sides. And when you tally that amount, it matches perfectly the amount of the reimbursement check. And while we heard an explanation about a handshake loan for, I guess, thousands of dollars worth of equipment, what we didn't hear any explanation for at all is why those invoices were listed on the sides of the check. Invoices that, when you tallied them up, matched the amount of the check. And we didn't see any reason why, other than that, why Empire was sending money back to Gap in these amounts. The explanation, what we saw from Empire, was a reference to entirely different checks that happen to also be in the appendix that do have some numbers that, according to Mr. Wallace, show some repayment. Ms. Crosby testified during her direct examination that she asked Mr. Wallace for any evidence of this loan, and that during the course of the investigation, in response to questioning and subpoenas, Mr. Wallace and Empire didn't provide any of this information. But even if that's the case, that has nothing to do with the fact that those checks are not the same as the checks the city is claiming were reimbursements. So I invite the panel to look very closely at those issues in considering its decision. Just one moment. So now I want to turn to the contract documents themselves for the panel. I have here, I'm looking at appendix page 42 of P1, which is part of the contract, the plumbing and heating contract. And I'm just gonna, it was referenced during Mr. Wallace's testimony, but I just want to read part of it because I think it makes very clear that there was a commercially useful function requirement and that Empire did not fulfill it on the transactions the city's referenced today. So this is in paragraph 2. An MWDSBE performs a commercially useful function when it performs a distinct element of a city contract as required by the services to be performed in accordance with the bid specification, which is worthy of the dollar amount of the MWDSBE subcontract. And the MWDSBE carries out its responsibilities by managing and supervising the services involved and actually performing at least 20% of the work of the subcontract with its own employees. So that's part one, that's the labor part. So if Empire doesn't have any labor, any employees, it doesn't perform the labor and it's claiming to have performed the labor, it's not performing a commercially useful function and no MBE credit is appropriate. And so if Gap and Empire were either claiming or allowing others to claim MBE credit, that's a violation. But it goes on. The very next sentence is, for suppliers, an MWDSBE performs a commercially useful function when it is responsible for sourcing the material, negotiating price, determining quality and quantity, ordering the material, and paying for it from its own funds. So there is very specifically a requirement for suppliers to still perform a commercially useful function if MBE credit is going to be claimed. But I think we heard over the past few days numerous examples, both that the city originally was seeking debarment for and during cross-examination today, of instances where Empire was not performing a commercially useful function, where they were, at least in those instances, acting just merely as a pass-through so that some other prime contractor, sometimes Gap and sometimes others, could claim MBE credit. And in the contracting world outside of the MBE requirement, that may be perfectly fine. There is no rule that says you can't have a subcontractor who then further subcontracts that labor out unless, of course, there's something specific in your contract, right? But the city's not going to necessarily say you can't do that. But it becomes a problem when you start to claim MBE credit, because what the city's goal here is to create viable MBE businesses, right? And if all these businesses are allowed to do is basically being told, hey, here's a purchase order for a supplier we've already arranged, we already negotiated the amount, the quality, exactly what we want. Just put it on your letterhead, throw out a couple %. and then send it along, and then they can send the stuff to us. And then we'll actually pay them directly through a joint check. You don't need to get involved. We don't trust you with the money, right? That's not building legitimate MBEs in the city. And by giving those opportunities to companies like Empire, it's depriving those other legitimate companies of those opportunities. So now I'd like to direct the panel's attention back to the debarment policy in this case. And I want to focus, this is in the notice of debarment, but I'll highlight it here too. What the two specific provisions that Gap and Empire we would contend have actually violated. So one is paragraph 7, making or causing to be made any false, deceptive, or fraudulent statement in connection with any city contract or other government or public contract, bid, proposal, pre-qualification questionnaire, application for work, or document or other information submitted in support of any of the foregoing, or knowledge of, approval of, or acquiescence in any of the conduct or statements. And as a parentheses, it adds, the contractor's acceptance of the benefits derived from the conduct shall be deemed evidence of such knowledge, approval, or acquiescence. So it's enough that if you know somebody's using your work, your bills for MBE credit, that's a violation. And there's also another provision that I think speaks to a lot of what we heard about. And this is paragraph 10. You're also prohibited from any improper conduct that includes intentional or negligent billing irregularities. So that's listing the wrong equipment, or saying you did the work when somebody else did, failing to submit certified payrolls. It also prohibits submitting false or frivolous or exaggerated claims, falsifying documents or records, the use of false or deceptive statements to obtain some benefit. And I want to be clear here, again, we're not saying that every single transaction Gap and Empire engaged in was fraudulent, or that every bill was wrong, right? But what we've highlighted for the panel is very specific instances that there's no credible explanation for, where Gap and Empire claimed MBE credit for work Empire supposedly did, or supplies it supposedly provided, when the evidence shows that they didn't, either because Gap did the work or somebody else actually had the supplies. But they went ahead and either claimed or allowed others to claim 100% of the value of those invoices for MBE credit. That was wrong. It violates the debarment and suspension policy. So now we have in front of us, I think, clear instances where they have in fact violated the policy. They've done it multiple times over multiple years on multiple contracts, right? We have the distant Moss ones on the one hand, we have the city's heating and plumbing contract on the other. We've seen some evidence that, in fact, Empire has now expanded its services to other prime contractors, where it agrees to just basically put its own stamp on POs and pass them along for MBE credit. So what's the appropriate sanction in this case, where we see this kind of repeated willful conduct that even now is just chalked up to, at best, contract disputes, little mistakes, trial and error, right? Is it, are we going to give the green light to other contractors that this type of abuse, that if it happens, the city will say, well, just don't do it anymore, don't do it again, but that's fine, even if it happens over 4 or 5 years on multiple contracts over and over, where the contractors don't come forward and have some sort of remorse for what they've done, or even frankly admit what they've done is wrong. I think if the panel here does not sanction Empire and Gap and its principals who actually engaged in this conduct, it will just embolden other contractors in the city and further undermine the city's anti-discrimination policy and MBE program. That's why I think it's really important for the panel to send a strong signal that this is not just something that a contractor can kind of have happen to them and it won't make an impact. Because frankly, as we've heard, Gap has a number of city contracts. So imposing some sort of minimal sanction, like a 3 or 6 month or even a year suspension, is not going to impact the their contracts because they have plenty of ongoing contracts to really show these contractors that what they've done is serious and to deter other contractors from engaging in this kind of contract in the future. That's why we think a 3-year debarment is appropriate here. It's not permanent. They may be back, and we hope after they've been debarred and they learn their lesson that they come back and they continue to work with the city on a legitimate basis. We're not trying to put these companies out of business, but we want them to know that fraud is not acceptable when you're contracting with the city of Philadelphia. Thank you.
The hearing in the matter of General Asphalt Paving Company of Philadelphia Incorporation and Empire Supplies and Services LLC. 012 file number 20-00005-1, controller file number 19-0218 is complete. Post-hearing requirements are as follows. The parties are to submit briefs summarizing and supporting their respective positions within 15 days of the hearing. These submissions will be limited to 10 pages. Panel will then take the matter under advisement and will schedule a public hearing to hear its decision, either to debar the contractors or not to debar the contractors into the record approximately 30 days after it receives the parties' briefs. The date will be governed by the magnitude of the record and complexity of the issues and other matters that may be deemed necessary or appropriate. The post-hearing briefs shall be provided to the panel. The parties must also exchange copies of their respective post-hearing briefs. Note that the record for the case is closed except for receipt of the post-hearing briefs from the parties. No other evidence or testimony will be accepted. Should questions arise, please contact Assistant City Solicitor Brianna Doherty. This hearing is adjourned.
Can I ask one logistics question with regard to the distribution of the briefs? Who should we give it?
Me, Brianna.
It's Brianna Doherty.
In what format, Brianna?
Oh, I don't know, yeah,
Yeah.
You want to email to you as opposed to hand deliver? I just want to.
yes, let's do that.
It's fine.
Can I just clarify, the 15 days, does that run from today or when we get the transcript from, or does the panel not want citations to the briefing?
I think we need the
From today.
transcript. I do think we need the transcript, to be honest with you. It shouldn't quite that. Yeah,
15 days from receipt of the
I think you raised a good. It is, I mean, and we want to be clear with the panel, that the panel has all this stuff too, I think it's important for.
That'd be great.
Thank you.